Bosky, tapping in to give you guys a little bit of that good knowledge that we're going to all be needing for the rest of our lives. Because some things, you cannot take with you every day because it's just so much. But I'm right back at it with Think and Grow Rich, a Black Choice. Dennis Kimbrough and Napoleon Hill. So we're going to listen to that. And I'm going to get out your way.
Inner space, the final frontier. Wealth is the progressive mastery of matter by mind. R. Buckminster Fuller. Poverty is a disease of the mind. S. B. Fuller. We've always been explorers. It is part of our nature. Since we first evolved 1,000,000 years or so ago in Africa, we have wandered and explored our way across the planet. Humans have explored every continent, from pole to pole, from Mount Everest to the Dead Sea. This exploratory urge has clear survival value and is not restricted to any one nation or ethnic group. It is an endowment that the human species has in common. But at just the time when the Earth has become almost entirely explored, other worlds beckon. T minus 2 minutes and counting. The voice giving that command belongs to the test conductor in the firing room of NASA's Launch Control Center. He is completing the countdown for the greatest adventure in the history of civilization, the first manned lunar flight. One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. It somehow seems difficult to believe that the space age is still in its infancy. Today, satellites routinely orbit the Earth, relaying television programs from points all over the world, flashing warnings of developing storms, and surveying the planet's precious supply of natural resources. Robot spacecraft journey far into the solar system, transmitting unprecedented photographs of the once mysterious faces of the Moon, Jupiter, and Mars. Man now talks almost matter-of-factly about the day when he will venture to other galaxies. T minus 1 minute and counting. The voice crackles over one of the hundreds of communication circuits monitored by launch crew members. Paracelsus, a 16th century European philosopher, challenged our character when he wrote, "God did not create the planets and stars with the intention that they should dominate man, but that they, like other creatures, should obey and serve him." Yet historians will record that the opening of this era of infinite promise and potential occurred only in the middle of the 20th century, when man first successfully launched a package of scientific instruments called Sputnik 1. The foundation for space exploration for the betterment of life on Earth had been laid. T minus 30 seconds and counting. A button is pushed. An electronic sequencing springs into action. The rest of the countdown will be done automatically. If any trouble develops past this point, computers will electronically shut down the operation. Engineers and technicians will monitor the series of final events now taking place. T minus 10 seconds and counting. Exploring outer space has been both a challenge and an obligation. Like runners exchanging a baton, scientists, engineers, and mathematicians employed the successes of past explorers to satisfy their hunger of discovering the universe and learning truths. T minus 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Rivers of flame gush down the scorched deflector and funnel out on both sides of the launching pad for several hundred feet. For nearly 9 seconds, the booster remains locked on its mobile launcher. The ground for miles rumbles and swells as if an earthquake were taking place. The rocket is finally freed. Slowly, ever so slowly, it begins to rise. Mankind has now embarked on a new cosmic stage of existence of terrestrial civilization. The message is clear. Earth is seen not as our world, but as a part of a greater system of worlds that has now become accessible. It is thought that space exploration will have a profound effect upon life on Earth. We have been informed that if man is wise enough to constructively apply this knowledge, the greater will be his opportunities. But what lies beyond this latest expedition into the outer regions of the universe? What will follow once the solar system's planets have been visited, first by robot spacecraft, then by man? What benefits will be reaped from the conquest of the endless seas of outer space, 20 years from now, 30 years, 50 years? Through the magic of satellites, will man have created a unified world? Will this improve human relations? Will famine wane? Will this finally bring a halt to poverty, ignorance, illiteracy, war, or despair? The answer to these questions will not be found within the realm of some far-off sphere or galaxy unknown. Though man has traversed the earth, climbed its highest mountains, explored the depths of its oceans, harnessed electricity, uncovered the secrets of the atom, transmitted pictures and sound from continent to continent, healed with a pill, destroyed with an invisible beam, and now fired projectiles into outer space, the answers he seeks may be found much closer to home. But something has gone amiss. The anticipation of progress has been supplanted by a foreboding of technological ruin. As I look into the eyes of my fellow man and ask myself what kind of future is being planned by those who have never explored outside of their seemingly limited domains, I realize they have been offered visions of a future that includes the inability to read, to compete, to anticipate events, to invent, or to think. There are those who sink into lethargy and economic decay as fear and ignorance conspire to destroy their opportunities. Even as our investigation of the outer world has produced such startling results, we must now turn our attention inward to an investigation of ourselves. After many concerted, systematic, and historic missions to other worlds, including the reconnaissance of several planets witnessed in the night sky, we must focus our being inward, at inner space, and the conquering of our minds. The human mind is the last great unexplored continent on Earth. It contains riches, material and spiritual, beyond our wildest dreams. However, like a fertile field, the mind will return anything that we plant. Now you might say, if that's true, why don't individuals use their minds more? The answer is quite simple. Our mind comes to us as standard equipment at birth. It's free. Predictably, we place little or no value on that which is given to us for nothing. On the other hand, things that we pay money for, we value. But the paradox is closer to the truth. Everything that is really worthwhile in life comes to us free. Our minds, our souls, our bodies, our hopes, our dreams, our ambitions, our intelligence, our love of family, all these priceless possessions are free. Ironically, things that cost us money can be replaced. A good man or woman can experience bankruptcy, but live to build another fortune. That can be done several times. Even if a home burns down, it can be rebuilt. But those things we get for nothing can never be replaced. The mind isn't used because we take it for granted. It can do any task we assign it to, but regrettably, we use it for little jobs instead of big, important ones. A 1970 Stanford University study proved that most of us are operating on less than 5% of our capacity. Though we are blessed with unlimited power, we use only a fraction of it. Unlimited wealth lies around us, but for numerous reasons, we don't grasp our share. With powers endowed to us by our Creator, we are content to continue in this daily grind, eating, sleeping, wandering, plodding through an existence less eventful than that of dumb animals, while all of nature, all of life calls upon us to awaken from our slumber, to better ourselves. But you are now entering a new age, an age when you will be your own master, when poverty, ignorance, and fear will no longer hold you captive, and where the very least among us can capture a place side by side with those who have attained greatness. The power to be whatever you wish, to obtain whatever you desire, to accomplish all that you can conceive, abides within the wellsprings of your being. To those of you who do not know the resources of this innermost power, these will sound like rash statements. But science has proved beyond question that in the depths of everyone's consciousness are untapped deposits of ability, wisdom, greatness, and yes, riches. Thousands of Black Americans have applied this power for their own personal enrichment. For example, when Henry Flipper first took hold of this motivating force, he was a poor and friendless youth. Born in 1856 in Thomasville, Georgia, to ex-slaves, Flipper dreamed of a military career. Though victimized and disgraced, he achieved his goal and became the first of his race to graduate from the United States Military Academy at West Point. Charles Clinton Spaulding took a small North Carolina insurance firm that was nearly bankrupted by a $40 claim and built it into the largest Black insurance company in the nation. Spaulding became acquainted with poverty at an early age. Born in North Carolina and one of 14 children, he grasped opportunity wherever and whenever he could seize it. With a vision of greater things to come, he saw education as his magic ladder to success. He rapidly absorbed all that he could, attacking his lessons with unprecedented vigor. To keep money in his pockets, he shined shoes, delivered groceries, sold newspapers, and picked tobacco into the morning hours. By hard work, he managed to graduate from Durham's segregated public schools. After graduation, he worked as a stockboy in a nearby general store. It appeared to Spaulding that he had risen as far as he could go, but he had yet to recognize and use his greatest asset, the secret power within. And then it happened. Spaulding decided to apply himself to his task at hand. He started work early, stayed late, and worked tirelessly in between. His goal was to make his employer the most profitable man in town. Spaulding went the extra mile to please each customer, and soon word spread. Under his leadership, the small enterprise prospered, and Spaulding was promoted. And then came the opportunity he had so diligently sought. John Merrick, a barber who had no formal education, and Aaron McDuffie Moore, a practicing physician, conceived the idea of a life insurance company that would serve Durham's Black community. It was a bold concept. However, both men were actively employed and found it difficult to promote their venture. What was needed, they figured, was someone who was sharp and energetic, and who could devote his time exclusively to the promotion of their firm. Both had observed the hard-working clerk in his duties at the general store and were impressed. They approached the young man and offered him a position with substantially lower wages, but brimming with possibilities. With an eye toward the future, Spaulding accepted. Thanks to C.C. Spaulding's resourcefulness, missionary zeal, and power within, the North Carolina Mutual Insurance Company became one of the shining examples of Black business. Dr. Hugh Gloucester, past president of Morehouse College, called on this power too, as he responded to the question, "What made you one of America's 100 best college presidents?" He replied, "You must establish your dreams and quietly move in the direction of attaining them." To this great power and self-mastery, Althea Gibson owed her success. Born in 1927 to impoverished South Carolina sharecroppers, she started out under great difficulties. Hoping for better circumstances, her family moved to New York while Althea was still young. On New York's inner city streets, she was introduced to a game closely resembling tennis. Almost immediately, she pictured a life beyond her humble beginnings. For the next decade, her life consisted of eating, sleeping, and playing tennis. Determined to mold herself into something special and fueled by a burning desire, Althea Gibson became the first of her race to capture the prestigious Wimbledon Cup, symbolic of the game's best. And what does she owe her success to? Though initially shy and timid, and without adequate contacts or proper training, she put into action her one great power. This power remains ever present for all who dare to use it. This same power had found its way into the mind of Frederick Douglass, the great abolitionist. Starting life against many great obstacles, Douglass nevertheless reached his goal. For years, life seemed to turn a cold shoulder to his hopes of freedom. He was a slave who did not know his father and saw his mother rarely, when she could walk the 12 miles from a neighboring plantation to spend precious moments with her son. Douglass had little chance of learning. The unwritten codes of the forbidden system forbade slaves to read or write. But somehow, unnoticed by his oppressors, he managed to discern the rudiments of the alphabet from discarded newspapers. A seed was planted, and from this spark kindled an intellectual explosion. The truth was revealed to him when he read the Declaration of Independence. In his mind, he was always free. Douglass fled from slavery at 21, went north, and worked on a loading dock in Massachusetts. At Nantucket, he was given an opportunity to address an anti-slavery meeting, and made such a favorable impression that he was sent by an abolitionist society to lecture throughout Europe. On one such tour, he met a group of Englishmen who helped him purchase his freedom. During his repeated trials, Douglass relied on this omnipresent resource to accomplish his objectives. So persuasive was this ex-slave that he attracted a strong following and was selected for many influential public posts. Before his death, his success was even felt in the commercial world, as he amassed a small fortune. For this reason, Congress labeled him the first colored man of the United States. You should be moved by the preceding stories. No man or woman, however poor or indigent, need despair. There are riches for anyone who recognizes the power of the mind. You are a mental being. Think for a moment. Thoughts and ideas are actually living things. Thoughts produce tangible results and have a powerful long-term effect on your life. Thinking is your greatest gift and is the most vital aspect of your being. The car you drive, the house in which you live, the chair upon which you rest, were first ideas in mind. Everything you see began as ideas in a mind. Your physical world is nothing more than the lingering evidence of that which has already taken place in your mind. It is merely an extension or outpicturing of your thoughts. Yours is a mental world. You are a mind with a body. That bit of wisdom comes from insurance magnate and philanthropist W. Clement Stone. And because you are a mind, you possess mystical powers, both known and unknown. This extraordinary power, mystical as it has been rightly called, is both real and practical. It is wise to approach this concept in a spirit of awe, for it is the most profound subject of this book. Mental power is really no less than that which lies at the center of your being, and to discover this force is your birthright. It is your right and privilege to make use of it. Allow this power to work for you. But where is this resource? Where may we find it? How is it brought into action? These answers are simple. This power is to be found within your own consciousness, your ability to control your own thoughts. The power of thought may be likened to a rich garden. The soil may be converted, by organized effort and the Creator's beneficence, into a necessary food source, or by neglect it may be allowed to produce useless weeds. The mind is eternally at work, building up or tearing down, bringing misery, unhappiness, and poverty, or joy, pleasure, and riches. The mind is never idle. It is the greatest of all human assets, yet it is the least used and the most abused. Science has revealed many of nature's most astonishing secrets, but has overlooked the source of man's wealth, the power of his own thoughts. Lying within your mind is a source of energy stronger and more potent than any explosive, unlimited and inexhaustible. You need only to make conscious contact with this force to set it working in your affairs. When you do, you will marvel at the following changes. 1. Mental and physical well-being. 2. Success in your chosen field of endeavor. 3. A sense of personal fulfillment. This is the key. The hidden cause of all things is the primal mind that lies behind creation, and it delivers our wishes to each of us according to our thoughts. We are all guided by our own mind. You must dare to investigate all the mental laws lying outside the realm of known physical processes, laws that have undoubtedly had and will continue to have an impact on your life. But beware, the very principle that renders success is a two-edged sword. For the same principle that can lead a man or woman to a life of achievement, wealth, happiness, and the desires of his heart, can also lead to a life of destitution and failure. It's all in how each uses it, for good or bad. Mental laws. What are mental laws? There are a few great truths that govern all thinking, just as there are fundamental laws that rule the physical universe. For example, a young Isaac Newton, the 17th century English mathematician and philosopher, saw an apple fall from a tree and switched on the power of his imagination. Why didn't the apple fall upward? He thought. Newton spent his life unfolding the keys to the physical universe. Through his insight, mankind is able to understand the physical laws of gravity and physics. Mental laws, on the other hand, are just as broad as physical laws. These spiritual principles exist on a grand cosmic scale and rule over our mental well-being. All that is good, all that is bountiful and worthwhile, emanates from the successful application of mental laws. They are the very infrastructure of life. The most significant quality of a mental law is that it can neither be created nor altered. As one is blinded to physical laws, mental laws are also undetectable to the eye. We witness only their results, bearing proof of their inevitable existence. Not once, neither in grade school nor college, were we ever instructed in the simple techniques of learning how to apply mental laws, laws that have the power to overcome adversity, eliminate self-defeating habits, and increase our self-confidence. There are an infinite number of mental laws, but fortunately, we don't need a detailed understanding of every principle of the universe to achieve even the most grandiose of goals. However, there are several key rules with which we must be totally familiar and use unfailingly as guides in all our dealings. They are: you think upon grows. This is the great idea that you will encounter again and again in your quest for personal fulfillment. You are a living magnet, constantly drawing to you the things, people, and circumstances that are in accord with your thoughts. In other words, you are where you are in experience, in relationships, even in financial conditions, because of what you are in thought. Consequently, what you think about grows. William James, the Harvard psychologist, and someone who knew a great deal about achievement, said, "You are what you think about most of the time." Whatever you persistently allow to occupy your thoughts will magnify in your life. Whether the subject of your thoughts be good or bad, positive or negative, this law remains true. The more you think about an affliction, disease, headache, or poor health, the worse it will become. The more you think of yourself as healthy and well, the more exuberant and vibrant your body will be. The same is true concerning your finances. The more you think about lack, bad times, or scarcity, the more these circumstances will become manifest in your life. Conversely, by focusing on prosperity, abundance, and success, you will enable these riches to appear in your life. Good fortune nurtures good fortune. Learn to concentrate your thoughts on your definite major purpose. It is the starting point of all achievement. Law of cause and effect. It is astounding and shocking to see the many thousands of people whose mental machinery keeps delivering to them the very effects they say they do not want. They bewail the idea that they are poor, but that doesn't make them richer. They complain about their aches and pains, but sickness lingers. They say that nobody likes them, which really means they care for no one. They aren't bold. They aren't aggressive. They aren't ambitious. They are the sum total of their thoughts and actions. Cause and effect is a mental law that never fails. Day by day, you write your own destiny. Thoughts are causes, and conditions in your life are effects. If you've ever wanted to know the status of your thoughts, you need only to look at your conditions. One of the greatest messages ever given to mankind is written in the Scriptures. Whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. Translated, it means whatever you send out in word, thought, or deed will sooner or later return to you, and with astounding accuracy. In practical terms, if you crave friendship, be a friend. Do you want love? Give love. If you want the confidence of others, show confidence in others first, and develop your own self-confidence as well. Use or lose. This law is apparent throughout all of life. Simply stated, practice makes perfect. This familiar proverb embodies one of the most important principles of human nature. To become proficient in any field, you must practice. There is simply no achievement without practice, and even more practice. An Olympic athlete will train for years just to be able to experience the thrill of a winning moment. Virtuoso musicians practice endlessly just to keep their skills at peak performance. The scientist who wins the Nobel Prize has experimented and refined his theories over the course of a career. To achieve a standard of excellence, to accomplish anything extraordinary, means aiming high. It means being disciplined and willing to devote long hours to the task at hand. Intelligent practice is the price of proficiency. Success is often a statistical event. Prosperity is a spiritual idea of excellence. And like any form of excellence or superiority, it requires time and love and care. It is the secret of attainment. Consider the following analogy. If someone were to place your leg in a cast for several months, by the time the cast was removed, your leg would shrink or atrophy as compared to your other limb. Only months of regular exercise would restore the limb to normalcy. As you grow older and your life becomes more sedentary, you cease to use certain muscles. In due time, a once firm body can become soft and weak. Only regular and systematic use will prevent its deterioration. Like physical effort, thought control is entirely a matter of intelligence practice. You must use your courage, or it will desert you. You must use your determination, or it will leave you. You must use your power of decision, or soon you will find that you have none. Law of correspondence. Your thoughts are the prophets of the future. They can predict what to expect before it happens. Why? Because you are basically a thinker, a feeler, a dreamer. What you think, feel, and dream flows inward, then outward. The basic law is, first within, then without. Could any genius ever achieve anything? Could any inventor create anything? Could anyone who accomplishes anything worthwhile attain it without first having thought about it deeply, felt it, been totally imbued with it, immersed in it? Every great victory demonstrates this process. Everything that happens to you in your external world happens because of what is occurring in your internal world. There is a deeper significance in the statement made by psychologist William James. You do not sing because you are happy. You are happy because you sing. It signifies that the way one feels can be determined to a large extent by the way one acts. It is an indication that we as individuals are not powerless to circumstances and can improve our lives. This is called the law of correspondence. Your external world is nothing more than a mirror or reflection of your internal world. Some readers will experience difficulty with this idea. If it seems impractical, examine your present circumstances from an objective point of view. First, decide what changes you wish to make in your life. Now, develop a habitual mental attitude that would correspond to the new circumstances which you wish to experience. It should become apparent that before any area of your life can improve, your mental attitude toward it must change first. This principle of attitude control is discussed in detail in a later chapter. The law of correspondence makes it possible for you to change undesirable conditions and enables you to become the person you truly want to be. It requires nothing more than the ability to control your thoughts so they will correspond to the desired conditions and objectives that you have set for yourself. If it is success that you seek, you must first develop a success consciousness. Law of substitution. The only way to rid yourself of any negative thought is to substitute another one for it. You cannot dismiss a thought directly. You can do so only by substituting another thought for it. Why? Because your conscious mind can hold only one thought at a time. If I were to say to you, dismiss any thoughts of lack or limitation, your mind would immediately center on that idea. When negative thoughts creep into your subconscious, immediately begin to replace them with those that are more positive. Though you may not be able to control all the circumstances that surface in your life, you are able, however, to control your response to those circumstances. You will find a direct relationship between your level of control and your ability to effectively use the law of substitution. Law of belief. How many times have you heard it said, just believe you can do it and you can? Whatever the task, if it is undertaken in an air of positive expectancy, it can be done. This law states that anything you believe with feeling will become real in your life, whether it be a positive belief, such as a goal or a specific desire, or a negative belief, such as a self-limiting idea. The key to this law lies within the words, with feeling. Many times, belief enables a person to accomplish what others consider impossible. The act of believing is the force or generating power that leads to realization. "Come on, fellas, we can beat them," shouts someone in command. That voicing of belief, challenging and electrifying, reverses the tide and rescues victory from the jaws of defeat, and all because some mighty believer knew that it could be done. Belief is the key to the basic mind power that turns dreams into realities, the mental into the physical. The key to your riches and transformation for the better is a deeply ingrained belief. Law of attraction. Human nature assumes that opposites attract. Perhaps in the scientific realm they do, but not so with people. Actually, people are attracted to others like themselves. Individuals are drawn together because they recognize and appreciate certain common qualities in each other. Those who criticize, find fault, and continually accentuate the negative attract similar people into their world. On the other hand, positive, life-affirming individuals attract like-minded people into their orbit. So, in effect, you create your own world through your thoughts about life in general and about yourself in particular. Those who are clear in their thinking and affirmative in their minds find self-fulfillment. They attract positive and constructive people like themselves and prosper. The mental force that controls the universe has been called many things: God, Jehovah, Muhammad. But the important thing is to know that it exists. The law of attraction has been likened to an enormous electromagnetic field within a greater universal sphere, attracting others of the same source, kind, or quality. For example, a highly magnetized piece of steel will attract and lift a piece of metal 10 times its own weight. The same law applies within the world of human nature. The laws of attraction and repulsion operate electromagnetically. Out of this truth has grown the saying, success attracts more success, while failure attracts more failure. A positive or negative-minded individual will attract a person of the same attitude or outlook. Like always attracts like. It is important that you become magnetized with ambition. Law of compensation. The law of compensation can work for you or against you depending on the manner in which you guide it. It may take many years for punishment to follow transgression or for reward to follow virtue, but compensation always seeks its source. An ancient Sanskrit text says, "Whatever you give to others, give with love and reverence. Gifts must be given in abundance, with joy, humility, and compassion." The Bible puts it this way, "As you give, so shall you receive." Examine your attitudes toward giving. Never seek a trade-off. That subtle and sly thief that lies ready to rob you of the purity and joy of your giving. Be a joyful giver. Give help, give energy, give time, give funds, share ideas, offer counsel to your friends if they desire it, but give freely, with joy, and have no thought of a return. If you give seeking or expecting a return, you are not giving, but investing. You are not releasing, but lending. Your real reward must come from the infinite source. The law of compensation. The channels by which you may reach your goals are clear and straightforward. When your thoughts are clearly and confidently centered on a desired result, all that is good and right will be drawn to you by your own thinking. This is the omnipotent idea that you will undoubtedly encounter as you strive for all that life offers. You are a living magnet, constantly attracting the things, people, and circumstances that are in accord with your thoughts. You are where you are in experience, in relationships, and even in financial conditions because of what you are in thought. I believe you have been drawn to this book by this powerful law. It could just be that Think and Grow Rich, a Black Choice, is an idea whose time has come in your life. Change your thoughts, change your life. Can you accept the dictum that you can think your way to success? In Think and Grow Rich, Napoleon Hill writes, "You have absolute control over but one thing, and that is your thoughts. This is the most significant of facts known to man. It reflects man's divine nature. This divine prerogative is the sole means by which you may control your own destiny. If you fail to control your own mind, you may be sure you will control nothing else. If you must be careless with your possessions, let it be in connection with material things. Your mind is your spiritual estate. Protect and use it with the care to which divine royalty is entitled. You were given a willpower for this purpose. Power of thought, depending on how it is used, is the most dangerous and the most beneficial force available to man. Through this power, man has built great empires of civilization. Through the same power, other men have trampled down these empires like so many insignificant pieces of clay. By its application, man rises to seize his opportunity. And through neglect or misuse of this same power, man has turned his back on opportunity, becoming a puppet of his environment, a slave to his circumstances. Every creation of man, whether it be good or bad, is created first in a pattern of thought. All ideas, plans, and purposes are created in thought. As men search all their lives for worldly riches, they fail to realize that the source of all they would ever desire is already within their reach and under their control, awaiting only their recognition and use. Your only requirement for a productive, fulfilled life lies within the storehouse of your mind. If you will change your thinking, you will change your life. In ancient times, sages and seers have tried to understand the thought process and how it works. They sought to direct the mind through the spiritual disciplines of prayer, meditation, and psychic control. Sincere and dedicated spiritual researchers were impelled to communicate to others what they had learned about infinite intelligence, the way to work with one's mind and emotions to attain desired ends. Unfortunately, these efforts fell short for one good reason. They failed to apply the complete process that directs the creative subconscious. Throughout all of history, the great wise men, teachers, philosophers, and prophets have disagreed with each other on many different things. But on this one point, they are in complete and unanimous agreement. You are the sum total of your thoughts. A man's life is what his thoughts make of it, said the Roman emperor and philosopher Marcus Aurelius. The British writer and Prime Minister Benjamin Disraeli wrote, "Everything comes if a man will only wait. I've brought myself by long meditation to the conviction that a human being with a settled purpose must accomplish it, and that nothing can resist a will that will stake even existence for its fulfillment." The 19th century American essayist and poet Ralph Waldo Emerson added, "A man is what he thinks about all day long." Shakespeare wrote, "There is nothing either good or bad, but thinking makes it so." Harvard psychologist William James said in one of his emotionally charged lectures, "The greatest discovery of my generation is that human beings can alter their lives by altering their attitudes of mind. We need only to act as if the thing in question were real, and it will become infallibly real by growing in such a connection in our life that it will become real." James further concluded that if you only care enough for a result, you will almost certainly obtain it. If you wish to be rich, you will be rich. If you wish to be learned, you will be learned. If you wish to be good, you will be good. And Ayn Rand, author and philosopher, emphasized, wealth is the product of man's capacity to think. Man's essential characteristic is his rational faculty. His mind and his basic means of survival, his only means of obtaining that which he desires. Life for each of us is exactly as we construe it to be, according to the mental law under which we labor. All notions of theology or metaphysics are, for each of us, exactly as we sense them to be. For ideas that take root in our minds determine the scope and limitations of our well-being. This is the basis for the astonishing law of prosperity and success, simply stated in 3 words: believe and succeed. Thinking along similar lines, Shakespeare put it this way: our doubts are traitors, and make us lose the good we oft might win by fearing to attempt. The English dramatist George Bernard Shaw reasoned, people are always blaming their circumstances for what they are. I don't believe in circumstances. The people who get on in this world are those who get up and look for the circumstances they want, and if they can't find them, they make them. To many, mental power implies such chicanery as moving objects by sheer will. But the mentally adept person who works on no one but himself, his is the eye through which all things are seen, and only insofar as he is able to influence his own perception is he able to influence his world. Spite of the handicaps, nothing can enslave an idea. An idea proceeds from an inner realm, which is freedom itself. It is the offspring of the greatest power in the universe, the mind. Indeed, understanding the truth about your nature as mind action can set you free from every negative concept, every enslaving belief or opinion. Ideas can move you forward to a higher quality of life, a new being, and a new awareness. Decades ago, Mary McLeod Bethune personally discovered that thoughts do become things. As one of America's most inspiring educators, she began her life's work by filling her mind with self-directed success affirmations. Though Black, uneducated, and shackled by poverty, Mary Bethune took hold of one of the strongest principles behind personal development and applied it to reach her main objective. She desperately wanted to improve the lives of Black children. There is hardly a reader, said Mary Bethune, who will not be able to recall the early life of at least one man or woman whose childhood was spent in poverty and who in their youth expressed a firm desire to secure a higher education. Mary Bethune was one of 17 children born to slave parents in a tiny cabin on a cotton farm near Maysville, South Carolina. When she was 11 years old, the Board of Missions of the Presbyterian Church opened a school near her hometown. Ecstatically, she was one of the first children to attend, walking nearly 10 miles each day, lured by the promise of a quality education. Reflecting on her daughter's childhood, Mary's mother said, "We had to make some of the children go to school, but not Mary. She fell in love with that little schoolhouse." Hard work and enthusiasm served her well. The following year, at the request of a wealthy Colorado dressmaker, Mary studied at the Scotia Seminary. Though initially shy and uncomfortable with her appearance, Mary met every slight and criticism with unfailing faith and soon won the hearts of her teachers and peers. As her formal instruction concluded, she received numerous scholarships that enabled her to continue her studies in Chicago. At the end of a 2-year term at the Moody Bible Institute, Mary hoped to see the fulfillment of a long-cherished dream to teach as a missionary in Africa. But bitter disappointment awaited her. She was told by the Presbyterian Board of Missions that because of her race, she need not apply, and was commissioned instead to Sumter, South Carolina, and later to Daytona, Florida. The setback would have ruined many a man, but not Mary. At that very instant, fate was measuring her to play a larger role. Mary arrived in Daytona with less than $2. She looked about her at the shambles of the Black community. She saw the great need for someone to inspire her people. A desire had caught hold of her. She believed there is something infinitely better than making a living. It is making a noble life. Undeterred by her limited means, she knew that ideas were power. She immediately made plans to build a school, complete with books, desks, and supplies. But without money, it would not be easy. Ever resourceful, Mary met the task head-on. In order to raise the necessary funds to complete her mission, she worked unceasingly day and night and saved every dime. She lived on pennies a day while she baked pies and cakes and sold them on the streets of Daytona. If there was ever a time when the Negro needed a boost, it is now, she told friends. In short order, she overcame all obstacles. At last, her dream was fulfilled. The school she had hoped to establish for poor Black children was complete. In the fall of 1904, in a tiny one-room schoolhouse, a beaming Mary Bethune, its only teacher, opened its doors and rang the school bell for the first time. 5 little children stepped inside, and the Daytona Educational and Industrial Training School, as it was named, was founded. Later, this school became Bethune-Cookman College, and Mary Bethune transformed a world of ignorance and poverty into one of success, self-respect, and achievement for thousands of Black men and women. Mary Bethune taught that the highest accomplishments are noble manhood and womanhood, and that achievement of true integrity and well-rounded character is in itself success. Before her death in 1955, she was an advisor to several U.S. presidents and a counselor to all who would listen. Mary Bethune's vision was part of the ongoing universal movement of thought power, which anyone can grasp and use. It is only a matter of having a desire coupled with the right mental attitude and applying these powers to good use in your life. By focusing on her goal and assuming full responsibility for her thoughts, Mary Bethune overcame setback and defeat and brought about an astonishing triumph in her affairs. Her rise to prominence is proof that if one has mental power, one can succeed without any other qualities. Conscious power, wrote James Lowell, a 19th century American poet, exists within the mind of everyone. Sometimes its existence is unrealized, but it is there. It is there to be developed and brought forth like the culturing of a beautiful flower. To allow it to remain dormant is to place oneself in obscurity, to trample on one's ambition, to smother one's faculties. To develop it is to individualize all that is best within you and offer it to the world. Thoughts and ideas are living things. They produce results that can have powerful long-term effects on your life and well-being. If you are not all that you would be, begin a thorough mental inventory to find whether your thoughts and feelings are aligned with your desires. Think and act as if you were prosperous, for this will be the first step toward a prosperity consciousness, and prosperity will come to you. Think and act as if you were healthy, for this will be the first step toward a health consciousness, and health will come to you. Think and act as if you are poor, and poverty will rule your day. It is up to each of us, individually, to make the decision as to what our thoughts will bring. Wealth is nothing but thought. The roots of riches all grow from the seeds of thought, seeds that only you can plant. In a justly ordered universe, individual responsibility is absolute. A man's weaknesses and strengths are his own, not another's. They are brought about by himself, not by another. and they can be altered only by himself, never by another. A man's condition is his own. His suffering, as his happiness, evolves from within. As he thinks, so is he. As he continues to think, so he remains. As a reader of this book, I believe you have the human urge for the better things in life, a common desire of all people. You desire economic security. You may desire an outlet for your talents in order that you might enjoy creating your own riches. Some, however, seek the easy way to wealth, hoping to find it without rendering anything in return. Unfortunately, that too is a common desire, but it is a desire I shall hope to modify for your benefit. From experience, I've learned there is no such thing as something for nothing. Nature frowns on bargains. You must give an equivalent value for the object of your desire. There is only one sure way to riches, and hopefully you will have found that path before you complete this text. Let it be known at the outset that when I speak of riches, I have in mind all riches, not merely those represented by bank balances and material possessions. I have in mind the riches of liberty and freedom, which as Americans you enjoy more than any other people outside these distant shores. When I speak of riches, I refer to the abundant life which is available to all people of these United States, regardless of race and gender, and obtainable with a minimum amount of effort. I sincerely hope that you will aim for your fair share, not only of the things that money can buy, but of the things money cannot buy. By riches, I mean, 1. Peace of mind. Peace of mind is freedom from all negative emotions. Peace of mind is the absence of fear, anger, resentment, hatred, jealousy, and guilt. Peace of mind helps you live your life on your own terms and the values of your choosing, so that every day your life grows richer and fuller. 2. The right mental attitude. All riches, of whatever nature, begin as a state of mind. Remember that state of mind is the one and only asset over which you have complete and unchallenged control. 3. Health and energy. You cannot separate the body and the mind, for they are one. Anything that affects the health and vigor of the mind will affect the body. In turn, anything that affects the health of the body will affect the mind. Health and energy are the freedom from pain and disease, a sound mind plus a sound body. Health and energy begin with a health consciousness. Your health is a priceless commodity. 4. Loving relationships. Love is the great force that created the universe. Love is forever working in your life because it is the primal cause, the essence and nature of life. It is the creative force that propels all achievement, success, and ideas. Love is the foundation of the golden rule. Do unto others as you would have others do unto you. Love and affection constitute the finest remedies for the soul. You can always judge the quality of your life by the number of loving relationships you have entered into. 5. Financial freedom. Financial freedom is not attained by the possession of money alone. It is attained by the service one renders. Useful service may be converted into all forms of human needs, with or without the use of money. Those who are financially free have learned a central rule of riches. You may have all the money you desire. The only requirement is that you must earn it. Fully 80% of those with whom you come in contact think of money all the time without realizing the above maxim. The average man will tell you that he wants to make $1 million or that he wants to make a lot of money. He doesn't realize that the only people who make money are those who work in a mint. The successful must earn their wages or profits. The wisdom surrounding money is strange. If you have enough of it, you hardly think about it. But if you lack it, you'll think of nothing else. Each of us must know that in order to enjoy peace of mind, loving relationships, and health and energy, we must be able to overcome any money problems. 6. Worthy goals and ideals. The greatest of all forms of happiness comes as the result of hope of achievement of some yet unattained desire. The German psychiatrist Viktor Frankl called this state of mind a feeling of meaning and purpose. It is a sense that your life has direction. Poor is the person who cannot look to the future with the hope that he will become the person he was meant to be, or with the belief that he will reach his objective. 7. Sense of personal fulfillment. Only the man or woman who has found his true self can know himself, find his own best talent, and achieve his own high success. Our automated society has come to expect path-breaking technological advances as routine and mundane. For instance, the transformation of the computer into a commodity appliance has liberated mankind from the tedious tasks of the past. Through this simplified machine, man has lengthened his life and improved its quality. The 20th century has seen the world grow smaller, but more efficient through an intricate web of microchips, thread-like wires, and lasers housed in a small metal box. How was this brought about? Easy. It existed in mind first. Yes, it's true. Whatever the mind of man can conceive and believe, it can achieve. The mind is the first cause. When you come to grips with the enormous power at your disposal and earnestly put it to work, not only will you have dominion over this earth, as is your divine charge, but you will reach new heights and possibilities. This power, your inner spark, comes as standard equipment, but it must be fanned into a flame of white heat intensity before the mental processes will be transformed into physical manifestation. Success is not a product of fate, chance, or luck. It is the result of a burning desire that knows not defeat. Prosperity is your privilege. Perhaps one of the greatest shocks I've ever received was the discovery that man's natural desire for prosperity was viewed as abnormal. Throughout my travels, I've witnessed thousands of Black Americans who've secretly wondered whether poverty is a spiritual virtue or a common vice. I stood by and watched as they struggled with internal conflicts over wealth resulting from years of self-inflicted mental wounds. If you've held this idea in the past, now would be a good time to rid yourself of this deadly thinking. Let me announce to all, it is your right to be prosperous. Prosperity is the result of correct thoughts, an active way of thinking and living in accordance with spiritual principles. It borders on current hopes, faith, and desires. Prosperity is normal and is your natural heritage. Each of us is free to tap the infinite intelligence that makes prosperity possible. Rejoice in the idea of prosperity. Poverty, on the other hand, is undesirable and unnecessary. Misery, debt, and lack are the direct result of a poverty consciousness and a victim psychology that springs from thoughts of limitation and fear. It is a form of living hell caused by man's blindness to the unlimited opportunities and abundance placed before him. In a country such as ours, where riches abound in every conceivable form, you should erase any thoughts that see virtue in either lack or want. Making his way to success. When multimillionaire A.G. Gaston first decided to seek his fortune, he worked long and hard in Alabama's steel mills, earning less than 30 cents an hour. Having devised a plan to increase his lot, Gaston and his father-in-law launched a string of funeral parlors, which later grew into the Booker T. Washington Insurance Company. Their modest enterprise eventually became the hub of a network of businesses that would rocket Gaston's holdings to an estimated $40 million. His inspiring story and motivating philosophy are found in his autobiography, Green Power: The Success Ways of Arthur G. Gaston. Gaston's riches were first embedded within the depths of his subconscious, what Napoleon Hill termed a success consciousness. Gaston elaborated, "I gave serious consideration to what I was going to do with my life. I wanted to be rich, so I thought, how does a poor black man acquire wealth? Simple, by providing a useful service." However, there was a time when Gaston had no service to provide and worked for less than $2 a day. His childhood was punctuated with poverty. His father died when he was young, and his mother worked as a domestic to support her son. Because of their limited means, Gaston lived with his grandmother, who kept him fed and clothed. But it was these event-filled days at his grandmother's home that gave Gaston his greatest satisfaction, as well as his first business opportunity. A swing on his grandmother's porch became a favorite pastime among the neighborhood's children. For a modest fee of pennies, pens, and candy, Gaston's playmates could ride to their heart's content. This was his first lesson in economics. After completing the 8th grade and serving a stint in the Army, Gaston settled in Westfield, a sleepy-eyed southern town where he worked for the county's principal employer, the Alabama Coal, Iron, and Steel Company. He remembers those long, hard days. It was backbreaking labor for poverty wages. There had to be a better way to earn a living. Nonetheless, he managed to live on a small portion of his earnings and saved whatever he could. "Frugality is one of the essentials of success," he quipped. "It is the unwritten law of wealth." This statement was a symbol of Gaston's idea. To supplement his tiny income, he sold peanuts and loaned a portion of his earnings to less thrifty coworkers. Eventually, the interest on these monies compounded and was used to start other businesses: motels, restaurants, nursing homes, and any enterprise that would render a service to a needy black population. To provide the necessary manpower for his ventures, Gaston created the Booker T. Washington Business College, which today is fully accredited and supplies highly trained graduates for various positions in business and government throughout the nation. A.G. Gaston employed the secret to overcoming poverty and moving mountains. By directing and channeling his thoughts, Gaston realized his greatest gift: thinking. "There is a way to provide against the onslaught of poverty," he said. "It is the recognition of the power of mind." Gaston substituted higher thoughts of abundance for his earlier restrictive thinking, which resulted in lack. Subsequently, he altered the direction of his life. A.G. Gaston knew that the most powerful forces in the universe are unseen: the silent forces of thought. You choose your thoughts. He grew up under the worst conditions, in a poor section of Detroit. He had little guidance except what he received from delinquent peers, who, like himself, avoided school and used crime to support drug habits. He was first arrested at age 12, caught robbing a local grocery store. At 15, he was again apprehended attempting another break-in. Later, as an adult, he was tried and convicted for his part in the armed robbery of a neighborhood bar. While in jail, he was not a model prisoner. The moment he arrived at the state prison of Southern Michigan, he vowed to himself that the facility was not strong enough to hold him, and immediately made plans to escape. In fact, he was so hard-bitten, he was placed in solitary confinement 3 times during his stay. It was after his 3rd stint in solitary that he received the advice that would later change his life. An inmate who had seen him play baseball in the prison yard, admired his enormous gift. "You have talent," he told him, "a chance to make something of yourself. Don't blow it." The young man had heard it all before, but this time it seemed different. Some silent power within caused him to take a good look at his life. He stepped back and took action. He harnessed his aggressive behavior and adapted himself to prison rules. He became the most agreeable inmate at Southern Michigan. With this new resolution, his entire state of affairs began to reverse. Ron LaFleur had finally mastered his greatest enemy, himself. Though incarcerated, he knew he was not powerless and vowed to change his thoughts. The change that Ron LaFleur experienced came by reversing his attitude. He felt that his old self had died and a new man had moved in and taken charge. He began reading self-help and inspirational books. He looked for ways to make his prison stay as productive as possible. And this right mental attitude spilled over into other areas of his life. After a goodwill tour of the prison and talent search by then Detroit Tiger manager Billy Martin, LaFleur was offered a tryout. Impressed with his skill and ability, Martin signed the speedy inmate to a contract. Less than a year later, LaFleur was a major leaguer playing center field for the Detroit Tigers. Now, reflect for a moment. Here was a man at the bottom of the barrel, a convicted felon serving a lengthy prison sentence. But despite his wretched circumstances, he nevertheless managed to use his greatest gift. And more important, he decided to exercise it positively. Ron LaFleur could have easily said, "I have no hope, no chance, no choice. I'm a convict. What can I possibly do?" But he didn't. What he did say was, "I do have power over my thoughts, and now I choose to change my thinking." From that moment, Ron LaFleur changed his life forever. He took a good look at the Ron LaFleur of the past and resolved to avoid this same appearance in the future. What is this power that Ron LaFleur possessed? What miracle turned the tide in his favor? It is the power of choice. As inhabitants of this earth, we all have the capacity to think, to express our ideas, and to choose our own thoughts. Here, according to the divine plan, we are given dominion. The creative process in life gives us the authority to direct the events that take place in our outer experiences. If we do not like the world that we have created for ourselves, or if we do not like our circumstances, we have been given the privilege of forging a new set of opportunities by choosing our thoughts. The experiences of A.G. Gaston and Ron LaFleur demonstrate that no one has to be a pawn of fate, to be tossed by the winds of chance. By taking responsibility for the quality of his thoughts, anyone can chart a course of planned achievement. These stories prove once again that a man can change his world and alter his life by changing the quality of his thinking. They prove that by positively exercising the power of choice, men and women can lift themselves to significant accomplishments. There is no mystery about Gaston's and LaFleur's rise to good fortune. Their success was captured by applying many of the principles outlined in this book. Stop and think. You too have the right to use those same principles. Now, what are you going to do with your right? Choice is not dead. The world is full of people who believe that choice is dead and individual freedom is an idea of the past. These individuals would rather opt for the intangibles, luck, fate, or roll of the dice, as the determinators of success. It would be wise to abandon such thinking. Historically, Black Americans have caucused at great length over the subject of power, both its abuse and lack. Over the last 50 years, power within Black America has come to mean control over one's destiny. All power to the people, to recall a past expression, called for the unification of Black Americans to recognize a common heritage and move toward a common destiny. Black Power is an intriguing slogan. It conjures up past struggles between a race and a nation groping to find common chords. It suggested dominance and retaliation by a Black nation for centuries of oppression. It also implied emancipation and full participation in a culturally diverse society. However, both banners failed to uncover the one true power that every Black American has: the power of choice. At some point in life, we Americans become keenly aware of the constant choices that present themselves, choices that will determine our destiny. It is as though at birth we were given two sealed envelopes, each containing explicit orders by which our lives would be governed. One envelope would contain a list of blessings we could enjoy if we recognize the power of our mind, take possession of it, and carefully direct it to the goals of our choosing. The other envelope would contain an equally representative list of penalties that we would pay if we failed to recognize this power and use it constructively. Your thoughts are the only thing you control. Either you control them or you relinquish your greatest gift to others. Without control, the mind loses its effectiveness. With control and direction, it gains power. You will not have power until you organize your mind and keep it clear of disturbing influences. Use your mind to shape your destiny to fulfill whatever purposes in life you choose, and to avail yourself of all the riches that come in that sealed envelope marked blessings. Years ago, Booker T. Washington penned the following words. It would serve you all well to commit his quote to memory. The circumstances that surround a man's life are not important. How that man responds to those circumstances is important. His response is the ultimate determining factor between success and failure. So many continue to fail. The reason why poverty still clutches the throats of so many in this land of abundance is because so many have yet to comprehend and apply the mental laws. Many, unfortunately, have not fully understood the premise, first the dream, then reality. By failing to direct their minds on that which they desire, and by allowing their thoughts to aimlessly drift to that which they do not desire, they've become like Job. For the thing I greatly feared has come upon me. Nor have the masses fully understood the law of cause and effect, or sowing and reaping. For their pain and anguish, the results are predictable. They must permanently lay to rest the damaging belief that it is possible to receive something for nothing. This simply cannot be done and runs contrary to the law of life. At the counter of success, there are no bargains. A price must always be paid in advance and in full. For the individual who is willing to pay the price, his rewards will be greatly multiplied. By overlooking the basic laws of riches, welfare continues to entrap successive generations of Black Americans within the jaws of poverty. The focus is now more than ever on how one thinks and uses his unlimited potential to create the kind of existence he or she desires. Thought creates your inner world, and thought can eradicate your self-defeating creations. Perhaps now would be a good time to ask the question, what are your thoughts? What are you currently thinking? Are you going to grasp the infinite possibilities that lie before you? While some might say that it is too simplistic to suggest that thought controls everything, remember, your thoughts are the steering mechanism of your life. Constantly check your habits. Have you allowed your thinking to become clogged with the paralyzing visions of poverty, racism, anxiety, or fear? If so, Change your mental pictures. Set aside time each day for thinking, meditating, and concentrating your mind on your desires. You'll find that ideas are powerful and expand when reflected upon. The more you think, the more you will be able to see clearly. Subsequently, you will grow and develop as a person. Man never reaches heights above his level of thought. By engaging in thought power control, not only will you transform your own life, you will begin to have an impact on those lives around you. 2. Imagination. Ideas in action. A man's mind, once stretched by a new idea, never regains its original dimensions. Oliver Wendell Holmes. To know is nothing at all. To imagine is everything. Anatole France. God created man in his own image. In the image of God, he created him. Genesis chapter 1, verse 27. I have a dream. I have a dream today that the brotherhood of man will become a reality in this day. I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day be judged not by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. I have a dream. Many people think of Martin Luther King as a voice crying in the wilderness, a single man struggling against the attitudes of a nation. And it is true that as a black man, he was in the minority. Black America did not hold the reins of power and had every reason to distrust those who did. Yet, when Dr. King preached those historic words, he spoke of the vision he had for his country. A vision that would inspire and spearhead victories against inequality and social injustice. By combining spiritual values and a deeply rooted belief in himself and the goodness of man, Dr. King infiltrated the consciousness of a nation and shook it at its roots, forging a racial bond. By sharing his dream, he gave democracy a new meaning and humanity a new life force. There is an oft-repeated phrase with which you must become familiar. It is, "I can dream, can't I?" But this statement bears the tone of futility, as though the person asking it has little faith that his dreams will come true. Actually, anyone who dares to dream and believe in his dreams is the creator, to a large extent, of his future. Though Dr. King's reality was a society of oppression and discrimination, his vision, ever so clear, was a world of love and mutual respect. It is debatable as to whether Dr. King was aware of life's simple dynamic. Man can create anything that he can imagine. In his many lectures, Napoleon Hill stated, "The imagination is the workshop of the soul, wherein are shaped all plans for individual achievement. Man's greatest gift is his mind. It analyzes, compares, chooses. It creates, visualizes, foresees, and generates ideas. Imagination is your mind's exercise. It challenges and is the mirror of your soul." Further, Hill said, "With the aid of his imagination, man has penetrated the stars, conquered the seas below and the air above, and created a simpler and easier quality of life by combining ideas and action. The imagination is the great workshop where the potentialities are practically unlimited." If you have studied and fully digested the preceding lesson, you know that the materials out of which you transform your thoughts are assembled and combined in your imagination. In the previous chapter, you were brought to the realization that life is collectivized thought. Now, by closely examining the power of creative thought, you will come to know that imagination is one of the most useful tools ever endowed to you by the Creator. Ideas are the starting points of all success. It takes only one idea, followed by action, to create a fortune. By examining the following illustrations, you should develop a clearer understanding of what this process entails. Mighty power of imagination. Madam C.J. Walker engraved her name on the tablets of time by cultivating her imagination. At a time when the average black believed he was either too young or too old or ill-prepared to move beyond self-imposed limits, Madam Walker dreamed big dreams. Born in 1867 on a Louisiana farm in the vice of poverty, she was orphaned at 7. Sarah Breedlove, as she was then called, barely eked out an existence. Many days there simply wasn't enough to eat. In search of broader opportunities, she left her family's farm for life in the Mississippi Delta. Sarah settled into her new surroundings, working wherever she could. As a domestic and washerwoman, she trudged countless miles through towns and back roads, lugging her laundry basket while she dreamed of better days. But neither lack of money nor influential friends would deter her from a date with destiny. Why? Because what she possessed was far more powerful than either: an unlimited imagination. Like so many who have looked for success and found it, Sarah searched with her mind's eye. She gazed at her world, with its outward appearance of deprivation, hunger, and misery, with fresh eyes, through her imagination, and saw opportunities all about her. Her job as a domestic under a wealthy aristocratic family exposed her to the social graces of the upper class. As Sarah went about her daily chores, she was particularly mindful of the appearance and grooming habits of the well-to-do. She believed that all hair textures and skin tones were naturally beautiful. But she also believed that natural beauty needed enhancement to realize its full potential. She wanted to develop a product that would meet the specific needs of Black Americans. What if someone could create a hair care system that could straighten and soften coarse hair? She thought. Sarah's mind, now filled with a purpose, sensed an opportunity. With a newfound goal and definite purpose, she worked hard and earnestly. Every waking moment outside of her duties as a domestic, she spent concocting hair formulas and methods that would carry out her objective. Pushed by sheer desire, Sarah continued to toil into the early morning hours until an idea finally struck. With an initial investment of less than $2 carefully saved from her meager earnings, she commissioned a metalworker to manufacture a special pressing comb. She later developed a procedure combining her Walker comb and a special hair preparation that would not only straighten coarse hair, but give dull, dry-looking hair a soft and natural texture. In 1905, Madam Walker, as she was now known, improved upon her original idea and developed a complete line of hair and beauty aids, which she initially sold door to door, transforming herself from laundress to hair care tycoon. For millions of women, both Black and white, her products were the answers to their prayers. Almost overnight, she found herself in business, with assistants, agents, schools, and eventually a manufacturing company. Before her death in 1919, Madam Walker could count more than 2,000 agents marketing an ever-expanding line of products, ringing up sales that made her America's first Black female millionaire. I wish to emphasize the part of the above story that most never mention, that Madam Walker's hair care system became a reality in her imagination first. Her proud manufacturing facility was built with brick and mortar and hard labor, as similar companies were built. These were paid for with the profits earned in much the same manner that profits for all companies are secured. But if you want the real story of Madam Walker's success, You must go back to that little country town where she worked as a domestic and laundress for pennies a day. It was here that she used the true materials to build a grand future, materials that were no more visible than the thoughts that she organized in her imagination. Dream, Jesse Jackson says. Dream big dreams. Others may deprive you of your material wealth and cheat you in 1,000 ways, but no man can deprive you of the control and use of your imagination. Men may deal with you unfairly, as men often do. They may deprive you of your liberty, but they cannot take from you the privilege of using your imagination. In your imagination, you always win. His place in America is assured. But Jesse Jackson is not content to go down in the history books as the first black man to run seriously for the presidency and lose. Although his imagination gained for him the opportunity that he wanted, he will dream again. Why? Because how else is a poor black child born to an unwed teenage mother going to rise to greatness? Only through imagination has Jesse Jackson come this far. Do you want happiness? Do you want peace of mind? Do you want position, power, or riches? Then imagine them. How did the Almighty first create man? In His image created He him. He imagined man in His mind. Imagination, Einstein said, is more important than knowledge, for knowledge is limited, whereas imagination embraces the entire world, stimulating progress, giving birth to evolution. Popular folklore has it that Einstein's imagination, not his knowledge of physics and mathematics, led him to the theory of relativity. He understood the theory, the story goes, when he visualized himself riding a beam of starlight through space. When he imagined what would happen as he sat astride the beam of light, he was able to work out the mathematical formulas that proved his theory. What is true for science holds equally true for other areas of our lives. If your imagination is the mirror of your soul, then you have the perfect right to stand before that mirror and see yourself as you wish to be. You have the right to see reflected in that magic mirror the home you intend to own, the business you intend to start, the company of which you intend to be president, the position in life you intend to occupy. Your imagination belongs to you. Use it. Creative dreaming. As individuals, we often engage in creative dreaming without even knowing it. For instance, when a hard-pressed family develops a plan to finance the education of their child, or when a teenager finds a way to salvage that old jalopy, or when an entrepreneur initiates steps to build a business, all are examples of the mind's unceasing ability to creatively dream. Practically speaking, creative imagination is the ability to bring about improvement within our lives. Very few people have learned to use their imagination to its fullest potential. Society teaches us that it is not adult to fantasize. Too many of us have learned society's lessons so well that we never daydream. Our imaginations rust away from lack of exercise. For some illogical reason, science, the arts, and literature have been dubbed as the only domain indicative of creative dreaming. of creative dreaming. Most associate creativity with an artistic painting, or stirring poetry, or a moving musical composition. While each painting, poem, or symphony is indeed evidence of the creative process, so too are all successes, no matter how great or small. There is no need to shy from the word creativity. Every moment you are creating, each new word, each new thought, each action changes your life. Regardless how you view creativity or the creative process, you will never be truly happy unless you are engaged in something creative. It is the dull routine, the humdrum, that makes work difficult and life uninteresting. When you are involved in the work of your choosing, there is always the possibility of doing it your own unique way, which means using God-given creativity. It is only through creative thoughts that you energize hidden talents, which lie too often dormant within you. Where do ideas come from? Ideas are the most important things on earth, said the master motivator, Earl Nightingale. Each of us has his own idea factory. But where do ideas come from? How do we attract great ideas, visions, dreams? Where do writers, scientists, and inventors acquire great ideas? How is it possible for a composer to hear in his mind an entire symphony as if it had already been written, yet is entirely new to him? Why are some people more creative than others? Each of us, at one time or another, must learn to rely upon the unseen source of all ideas, the universal subconscious mind to which we all have direct access. This universal subconscious mind has been referenced throughout all recorded history. It's been called the God mind by wise men and philosophers alike. Emerson referred to it as the oversoul and said in an essay that we lie in the lap of an immense intelligence, like a cork floating in a great ocean between the sky and the sea. When we experience this form of superintelligence, we realize that it comes from a source far beyond ourselves. Napoleon Hill labeled this power infinite intelligence, meaning in essence, unlimited intelligence. When ideas well up from deep within us, Hill wrote, ideas that seemingly come out of nowhere, come through infinite intelligence. Riches, you will find, often depend on this power. A single idea or spark can revolutionize your life. A single idea can lead you to great wealth, fame, or fortune, or it can bury you in despair. Sruli Blotnick, an investment counselor, remarked, the average person stumbles upon at least 4 ideas a year, any of which, if it were acted upon, might render vast wealth. Never before has mankind been so exposed to this phenomenon. What are the characteristics of infinite intelligence? Infinite intelligence is likened to the creative power which directs and governs the universe. This power has commonly been referred to as the universal mind, the great unseen, the divine mind, and by more orthodox religionists as God. In addition, 1. It is the source of all pure creativity. Innovation is invariably the result of infinite intelligence. 2. It is the source of all inspiration. Whenever you feel inspired or uplifted, chances are that infinite intelligence has been activated within you. It is the source of all intuition. The voice of infinite intelligence is the intuitive voice. It is the source of all hunches or gut feelings. 3. It functions as a part of our subconscious. Even as you sleep, infinite intelligence remains steadfast, activating new ideas, visions, and dreams. 4. It works best with clear, specific goals. The clearer and more specific the goal, the more rapidly infinite intelligence can develop the ideas you require. 5. It automatically and continuously solves every problem as you move toward your goal, as long as the goal is defined. This is the reason why people who start life from humble beginnings can arrive at positions of prominence and influence. 6. It grows in power as it is used and believed in. 7. It gives you the lessons you need in order to be successful. It is through infinite intelligence that you will obtain wisdom and insight. 8. It operates best with an attitude of confident expectation. This is the psychic fuel that feeds this principle. 9. It brings you the answer you require at the right time. The answers to your problems will always come when you need them the most. But a word of caution: when you receive your answers, you must take action immediately. Lost ideas may be difficult to recover. Write them down whenever they occur. 10. It makes all your words and actions and their effects fit a pattern consistent with your self-concept and your dominant goals. When you've tapped into this life force, you will find yourself saying the right words to the right people at the right time. 11. It responds to emotionalized commands, affirmations, whether they are positive or negative. 12. It brings into reality any thought, goal, plan, or idea held within your conscious mind. Infinite intelligence is capable of goal-oriented motivation and will release ideas for goal attainment. Slavery to riches. When the subject of Black economic development arises, Alonzo F. Herndon's name is on every tongue. Though he was born a slave in southern Georgia, Alonzo Herndon died a millionaire nearly 3/4 of a century later, perhaps the wealthiest Black man of his time. How Herndon obtained his wealth is of great interest. He reached his goal by holding true to an intense belief in his ideas and his abilities. It was no surprise that he valued creative thinking as one of his most prized assets. Herndon spoke discreetly about success. "Sometimes it's best," he said, "if a man just spends a moment or two thinking. It is one of the toughest things he will ever do, and that's probably why so few bother to do it." Herndon mastered 3 of the most stubborn enemies of mankind and converted them into useful tools. These enemies were ignorance, illiteracy, and poverty. Any man who can stay the hands of these 3 antagonists, and what is more, harness and use them to good account, is well worth close study. Alonzo Herndon was 7 years old when the Civil War ended. It was his first taste of freedom. He and his brother were raised by their mother in a one-room, dirt-floor log cabin. He was only a child when he got his first job, working for his grandfather in a lumber yard. From there, he moved on to field hand, providing back-breaking labor on the farm of his former owner. For his efforts, he was paid less than $50 a year. To augment his painfully low wages, Herndon started a number of businesses on the side. He sold peanuts, molasses, and novelty items, but mostly he cut hair. His ventures rendered little in terms of monetary rewards, but the idea of working for himself gave him great satisfaction. By the time Herndon had arrived in Atlanta, he had already shaped a career as a barber. Even as a farmhand in rural Georgia, he managed to cut hair in a rented space on Saturdays in the Black section of town. Atlanta in the early 1880s was a boomtown that seemed ripe for someone like Herndon with a head full of ideas. Herndon made no bones about his desire to be rich, so it was little surprise when he launched the finest barbershop in the world. And the world, let alone Atlanta, had never seen a barbershop as palatial or as opulent. In 1904, he opened a fancy establishment on Peachtree Street, which was described at the time as the most popular and most successful business of its type. Resplendent with exquisite fixtures and French provincial furnishings, the Emporium, as it was called, was equipped with 23 chairs, marble floors, bronze and crystal chandeliers, and a white steel ceiling. Surrounded by such luxuries, Herndon's elite clientele was pampered by 6-foot-long bathtubs, highly skilled barbers, and bootblacks attending their every whim. It was said that customers felt more important in Herndon's shop than in those of his white competitors. His was the only black enterprise on the city's busiest thoroughfare. With his hair care business secure and earning handsome profits, Herndon was still dissatisfied. Why? He had already won his rags to riches race. He had convincingly acquired enough money to allow his family to live comfortably for their remaining years. What was tugging at his subconscious? Since his childhood days in Walton County, Alonzo Herndon had always wanted to do things in a big way. Even in his later years, he refused to apologize for his copious taste. America is a capitalist country, and I am a capitalist, he told those close to him. He was a man with a mission, to raise Black America from its economic stagnation. But how? Herndon dabbled in real estate and was quite successful. He purchased properties throughout the city, and at one time owned an entire block of office buildings in the heart of Atlanta's business district. Before long, he was a millionaire. Nevertheless, he was still looking for ways to expand his empire. And because he searched, it happened. Infinite intelligence had presented him with an enormous opportunity. Almost by accident, Herndon came to the rescue of two local ministers whose enterprise was on the brink of bankruptcy. Georgia law had required that all mutual aid societies, insurance companies, deposit $5,000 with state officials. Many Black businesses, particularly those run by churches, could not foot the bill. Aware of their plight, Herndon purchased the church association for $160 and found himself in the insurance business. With no previous experience in insurance sales, Herndon applied the principles that led to his success in other areas. The Atlanta Benevolent and Protective Association was launched in a one-room office on Auburn Avenue. The firm wrote policies for Blacks when it was virtually impossible, because of presumed bad risks, for them to get insurance. Herndon, however, changed that. He began hiring Black college graduates from Atlanta and Harvard universities, utilizing their eagerness and passing on his wisdom and sales savvy. Think of what this means, he told cynics who thought the idea of Blacks becoming employers preposterous. Just think, colored men and women offering employment to those of our own race. Under his leadership, the tiny company grew, expanding from one location in 1905 to 84 branch offices and 70,000 policyholders in 1911. He then changed the firm's name to the Atlanta Life Insurance Company and began offering all lines of insurance. Today, Atlanta Life has assets of more than $135 million and is the nation's second largest Black-owned insurance company. The dramatic story of big business that you have just read is a perfect illustration of the method by which thinking can be transformed into riches. What was this ex-slave turned millionaire's secret? Simple. Alonzo Herndon achieved his goals by putting his creative genius to work. Despite his lack of formal schooling and the handicaps of doing business in a deeply segregated society, Herndon placed great stock in his ability to dream, to imagine, and to dare. In 1913, Herndon told the faculty and students at Tuskegee Institute, where he served on its board, that wealth and creativity go hand in hand. The Black man must possess dreams and visions if he really desires to do anything in a big way. Herndon knew of the power packed into the principle of imagination, and he made others aware of it also. When promising young students from neighboring Black colleges came to his attention, he would invite them to his sumptuous mansion, and over dinner would encourage them to talk of visions, possibilities, and dreams. Herndon, like so many creative thinkers, used a notepad and pencil as favorite working tools. When an idea occurred, he jotted it down. He, like other great men of accomplishment, engaged in thinking, planning, and meditation time. We'll never know unless. Notice that the achievers above did not have success handed to them. At first, the world was not particularly kind to Madam Walker or Alonzo Herndon, and yet, refusing to blame life for any shortcomings, each managed to carve out a successful career from the materials that life provided. The world was made better because they dreamed and translated their dreams into reality. Life never leaves you stranded. If life hands you a problem, it also hands you the ability to overcome that problem. Are you ever tempted to blame the world for your failures or shortcomings? If so, I suggest you pause and reconsider. Does the problem lie with the world or with you? Dare to dream. You will never know what your capacity for achievement is until you learn how to mix your efforts with imagination. The products of your hands, minus imagination, will yield you but a small return. But those same hands, when properly guided by imagination, can be made to earn you all the material wealth you can handle. Ideas are the most important things on earth. How many ideas or possibilities can you think of? How many ideas would surface if you would devote a few minutes each day to creative thinking? When you truly discover that success in all areas of life starts simply by employing the creative process that lies within, you can grasp a life of vast wealth. Research has shown that your ability to bring into action this deeper area of the mind will determine your level of success. Napoleon Hill makes another profound observation. He wrote, "From the time of Socrates, the founder of ethical science, to the inventive Edison, Ford, and George Washington Carver, this little understood area of mental activity has delivered the insight and know-how for almost every great achievement that makes possible and sustains modern civilization as we know it. It was through a dream. It was through a dream that George Smith, though cursed with poverty and illiteracy, built a successful oil business. Smith was born on the eve of the Great Depression in Livingston, Texas. His father died when he was barely a year old, leaving a wife and a handful of small children to fend for themselves. Though an excellent student, Smith was forced to quit school after the third grade to help support his family. He cleaned yards, washed dishes, and chopped cotton, all in an effort to feed his brothers and sisters. Smith left home for good at 13 to work in the Texas oil fields. Having learned just about everything there was to know about oil pipes, he perfected a way to reduce the amount of stress exerted on pipe joints. With hardly any savings, he started a company, Smith Pipe and Supply, that would earn more than $30 million in 1980. It was through a vision that Samuel L. Gravely, the son of a Pullman porter, climbed from an enlisted man in the Naval Reserve to its first black admiral. In 1942, Gravely was despondent when he was relegated to clean the pool halls in the officers' lounge. But for the next 25 years, armed with determination and the dream of commanding his own ship, Gravely began his long trek through the ranks. And it was through a vision that Susan Taylor became a precedent breaker, a proud black woman who refused to be denied her true place. Hard work and discipline have not frightened her one iota. She recognized early on what it took to accomplish the goals she would set for herself. Listen as she recalls her life-changing experience. One day, as I walked into a New York candy store, I saw a magazine that changed the course of my life. I glanced at the newsstand. Familiar faces of white fashion models and movie stars smiled from the magazine covers on the rack. But when I reached for my favorite magazine, I was pleasantly surprised to find Essence, a magazine specifically aimed at the black woman. The date of that first issue was May 1970, and the face on the cover was young and black, like mine. Essence had filled an obvious void. I bought a copy and read it from cover to cover before I even left the store. In subsequent weeks, Taylor became imbued with the idea that she was going to be a part of this new publication. But how? I wasn't concerned about how, she says. The only thing that mattered was my decision to chase my dream and reach my goal. In 1981, 11 years later, with no contacts, minimal schooling, and no knowledge of the publishing industry, Taylor won out. She became editor-in-chief of the magazine she had vowed to become a part of. She offers the following advice to readers in her monthly forum, In the Spirit. Black man, black woman, remember, you have dominion. Each moment, your thoughts, words, and actions either lean toward frustration or build new hopes and visions. Lift up your consciousness. Go on. Dream big dreams. Develop a plan for your future. And why not? You built the pyramids, didn't you? You, too, can convert your creative thinking and imagination into success, wealth, and happiness. You live in a strange and fast-paced world. Each day, your world is being altered by men and women who have learned how to unlock their inborn creativity. Will you dare to dream? If your answer is yes, let the following steps be your guide. Unlocking your inborn creativity. Nothing is impossible for the man or woman with creative vision. He or she is the forerunner of civilization, the inspirer of individual achievement, the builder of empires. In today's society, there is a place for every person who can render a useful service. The man or woman with creative vision will recognize these facts and profit by them. Those without creative vision will overlook them and complain of a lack of opportunity. Wherever you find prosperity and leadership, you will find the individual who has mastered the following qualities. 1. Relaxation. A relaxed body is a powerful body. A relaxed mind, likewise, is a powerful mind. If you are to be creative and receptive to new and bold ideas, then you must take time for these ideas to present themselves. Plan daily relaxation time. Choose a favorite room or chair that will help set your mind at ease. As you learn to relax, you will receive special instructions, ideas that are handed to you through infinite intelligence that will clear the path to your goals and the objectives. 2. Visualization. A composer thinks about music. An artist thinks about colors. A writer thinks about stories and words. If you will take one idea and visualize and emotionalize it, you will be astounded by the results. 3. Affirmation. Strong, authoritative commands stated repeatedly will build new positive habit patterns of thoughts. 4. Take advantage of ideas as they come. Intuitive thoughts are fleeting, ephemeral, and transient. These thoughts run contrary to your habitual reasoning. Brief flashes of inspiration can occur without warning. Be prepared to record your ideas. Even during non-relaxing moments, a creative person, one who has learned to listen with his inner ear, makes a point of always having a pad and pencil nearby. Many good ideas have been lost because of the inability to transfer them to paper. 5. Evaluate your ideas. Once you have finished brainstorming, become selective. Decide which ideas are sound and implementable. You will realize that each idea breeds additional ideas. A few moments of introspection will foster enough possibilities to last a lifetime. You learn the secret of unlocking your inborn creativity your mind will begin to function in a natural, spontaneous manner. It will rid itself of any inhibitions, and effectiveness and energy will greatly increase. There are huge rewards to be gained by mastering the creative thought process. Don't limit your imagination. So many of the stories you have read and will read in this book demonstrate the power of ideas. Time after time, as I have studied the careers of successful men and women, I have discovered that each dates his or her own success from the day he began to open his imagination, never underestimating its power. A single idea, or an unlimited imagination, can launch you onto a bold new program, while providing a light on a once darkened path. As the physician, chemical engineer, and mission specialist of the 1991 shuttle Discovery flight, Mae C. Jemison has never been guided by the thoughts of others. One look at the background of America's first black woman astronaut illustrates the importance of her creative vision. As a small child, Mae Jemison wanted it all. She dreamed of a career in medicine and engineering. Reared in a loving family that stressed, "Why not?" instead of "Why?" She gazed at the evening sky and envisioned life among the stars. With an unlimited imagination, she shared her dreams with all those who would listen. But a doctor and an astronaut? Her parents questioned. "Why not?" she innocently responded. Even a supportive family knew the limits of her possibilities would be tested. Over the years, the young girl's goals crystallized. She refused to be deterred by the obvious roadblocks. Lack of money, few eye-catching references, and stiff competition from the country's most distinguished scholars. Mae chose to walk toward her dominant impulse. After graduating from high school, Mae attended Stanford University, even after being warned of its highly competitive reputation. She felt this was just the scholarly environment she needed to pursue a degree in chemical engineering. As an underclassman, she ignored the insinuation that scientists and engineers were introverted and bookish. To ensure that she would not be isolated from campus life, she would experience as many activities as possible. Though still an undergraduate, Mae taught classes on African culture and education to incoming freshmen and received a National Achievement Scholarship in the process. An accomplished dancer, she produced, directed, and choreographed dance and theater ensembles in her spare time. In addition to the rigors that a major in engineering demands, she also earned a degree in Afro-American Studies. In 1977, Mae graduated from Stanford and immediately applied to medical school. Cornell University made its pitch, and she was sold. Her undergraduate training would serve her well as she settled into a bioengineering program, one of the nation's best. At Cornell, Mae would continue her breakneck pace, squeezing in a number of related activities into an already overloaded schedule. Here, she gained national exposure by presiding over the medical school's student council and was drawn to even more opportunities. An American Medical Student Association internship took her to Cuba. Another fellowship sent her to rural Kenya, and from there she went to Thailand to work and study in a Cambodian refugee camp. All the while, she became infatuated with the healthcare systems of third world nations. Mae finished medical school with impressive credentials. Hoping to continue her training among less developed countries, she enlisted in the Peace Corps. Her initial assignments took her to Sierra Leone and Liberia, where she was responsible for developing healthcare programs for Peace Corps volunteers. At 26, she was the youngest physician, not to mention black and female, to hold that post. When her tour was up, she flew back to the States. Little did she know that the chance of a lifetime awaited her. By 1990, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, began soliciting candidates for its shuttle program. When she learned of the openings, Mae was floored. Almost instinctively, she assembled the necessary documents and applied. Dreams do come true, she thought, as the selection process commenced. And then she waited and waited. Nearly 20 years from the moment she dared to gaze into the sky and let her imagination roam free, she was about to make history. And she hit her mark. After being selected from a pool of more than 2,000 applicants, Dr. Mae Jemison was bound for outer space. Can you imagine the odds? What was her greatest asset? In her own words, she gives a clue. People cannot let others limit their imagination or what it is they want to do or can do. Otherwise, we would never have discoveries or advance. This is a brilliant example of creative imagination at its best. Many people who want to succeed have tasted failure. Unfortunately, their reasons for failing often point to something other than themselves. I'm Black. I was raised in the projects. My father left home. I'm a dropout. I never had a chance. My parents used drugs. What these individuals are really saying, in essence, is, I lack creative vision. They are blaming the world for their shortcomings when, in actuality, their only real barrier rests with their inability to dream and envision success. How often have we heard that Blacks lack the discipline and wherewithal to pursue careers in the natural sciences? How many more young minds will fall prey to the fallacy that Black students lack the capacities to score well on standardized tests or even to attend college? There is an important lesson to be learned in May's story. It is only when we actually begin to dream, not as things are, but as they could be, that we free ourselves of all self-imposed limits. When we recognize the vast talents that lie within us, we will then understand that we have the power to reach any goal. Enhance your creativity through visualization. Long before ex-heavyweight boxing champion George Foreman reached his goal, an admirer sought the champ's key to success. Though Foreman's words were uttered in a spirit of jest, his words of inspiration found fertile soil in the young man's mind. If I see what I want real good in my mind, explained the champ, I don't notice any pain in getting it. There is no objective too important or too trivial for your mind to visualize. Much like boxing champion George Foreman, we soon realize that we can't achieve greatness in our outer world without first picturing it in our inner world, our minds. The simplest of actions takes on a new significance. We cannot reach for a pen, sit in a chair, or answer the telephone without first, at least subconsciously, having a mental picture of such acts. You can be anything you want to be if you will only trust your imagination. Visualize your heart's desire. Never allow the picture to distort or tarnish. Keep it fresh, clear, and bright. Success will enter your life quietly and unobtrusively, without raucousness or fanfare, for it will follow the law that permeates the universe. Everything begins in the mind. When you understand the relationship between imagination and visualization and the subconscious mind, you can see that the first step in the achievement of any purposeful goal is to create a picture of that which is desired. This picture is then placed in the subconscious mind and held there until the subconscious picks it up and translates it into its ultimate desired form. Saw myself as a recording star. You can't play the piano, and God knows you can't sing. You better learn how to weave chairs so you can support yourself. The words were tough advice from a teacher to her student. They were especially cruel to a youngster who liked to play the piano and sing. To a Black child in the South, it should have been crushing. There was so little else for him to hope for. When he was 6 years old, Ray Charles Robinson became totally blind. Doctors diagnosed his condition as increased intraocular tension resulting from ocular disease, glaucoma. Ray's mother helplessly looked at the physicians, not wanting to believe. Isn't there anything you can do? Wouldn't an operation help? No, was the answer. As of now, we know of no way to treat his condition. Ray's eyesight did not go right away. It was more of a gradual closing in, as he puts it. One day he could see a mountain miles away. A month later, that same mountain was only a fuzzy, hazy object in the distance. He went to his mother, rubbing his eyes, as she tried to find a doctor. Any doctor. But it was 1936, and in the South, there were few black specialists. Though blind since 6, he was not made to feel helpless. His mother would have no part in any self-pity. She told him, "You're blind, not stupid. You've lost your sight, not your mind." Ray has never forgotten her words. Ray Charles couldn't see, but the love and faith of his parents made his life rich and rewarding. His mother refused to allow her son to succumb to his handicap. She emphasized that he could lead a productive and fulfilling life, despite his blindness. Through the encouragement of his mother, Ray Charles knew he had lost only his sight, not his power of visualization. Ray was born normal and healthy in Albany, Georgia. His father was a repairman, and his mother worked as a domestic. Not far from the little frame house where Ray and his family resided, there lived a boogie-woogie pianist named Wiley Pittman. Mr. Pitt, Ray called him. Whenever Mr. Pitt would begin to play, Ray recalls, I would stop what I was doing and run next door. I'd stand by the piano and pound on it with both hands. Wiley Pittman, the man Ray credits for his success, willingly accepted the youngster's presence and taught him how to play. Mr. Pittman would listen to the loud, raucous noise, refusing to discourage his pupil. He would simply smile and say, "That's good. That's real good, sonny. But you've got to practice." For nearly 10 years, Ray practiced every chance he got. But by then, he was totally blind and in need of special care. Frightened, barefoot, and orphaned, Ray was sent to the St. Augustine School for Deaf and Blind Children in Orlando, Florida. Life at St. Augustine's was inhibiting for the creative young boy. He sheltered himself from academic instruction and hid out in the school's music room. His only hope was to hang on to his mother's words, "You've lost your sight, not your mind." Ray's talent for music began to flourish. At 15, he quit school altogether to perform in small bands throughout the South. Far from an overnight success, he found the going tough. Nonetheless, his first job, providing background music at a local radio station, paid $5 an hour. From there, he joined another band, one of many, and lied about his age in order to obtain a union card. To keep abreast of new musical trends, he concentrated on the chords and melodies used by other piano players at the Union Hall. Later, he transcribed every note into Braille. It wasn't an easy process. Many times during auditions, I was told that I couldn't carry a note with a bucket, and that I sure couldn't play the piano. As I look back over this period, I now realize that it was the best thing that ever happened to me. It was during these tough times that I developed a power that was to ultimately place me over the top, the power of visualization. Regardless of how bad things got on the outside, I kept a clear picture in my head of what I wanted to transpire. Through visualization, I saw myself as a recording star. With his career on hold, Ray needed a break. He asked a friend and fellow band member, "What's the furthest point from Georgia?" Somewhat bewildered, his buddy replied, "I guess Washington." "Then Washington it is," Ray exclaimed. Based on faith and persistence, Ray borrowed $600 and boarded a bus for Seattle. He was 17 years old. With a fresh start, he hired 7 musicians and formed the Ray Charles Group. Ray played the sax and piano and doubled on vocals. The group became known as one of the best small jazz ensembles in the country. 1 year later, Ray hit the big time. His record, "I Got a Woman," helped him to do what few musicians are able to do: create music that appeals to young and old, black and white, rich and poor. Because of his ability to successfully cross major boundaries, other musicians ungrudgingly use words like genius to describe him. Ray went on to record bestsellers like Born to Lose, Hallelujah, I Love Her So, and Georgia on My Mind, the official song of the state that he left. Today, each record Ray Charles releases sells an average of 500,000 copies. Though sightless, he still pictures his riches, appearing before prestigious audiences and sell-out concert halls the world over. Substance of things hoped for. The substance of things hoped for is a real substance, formed from pictures in the mind as concrete and detailed as in the world itself. The evidence of things unseen, as with Ray Charles, is knowledge gleaned through the image-making power of imagination. It is impossible for us to act against our knowledge. For example, a man will not step in front of a speeding automobile for fear of injury. He will not swim in an ocean if he knows he will drown, and he will not venture forward if he believes he will fail. Success does not require a great amount of knowledge about anything, but it does call for the persistent use of whatever knowledge you may have. No amount of persuasion can change a man's reaction to what he knows, but what he knows can be changed, and the most direct manner is to alter the images within his mind. If a man learns to clearly visualize his objective, this mental picture will ultimately become a reality in his life. There are no limitations to the power of visualization, save those that the individual creates for himself or permits to be established by the influences outside of himself. Ray Charles visualized success regardless of countless setbacks and rejections. I saw myself a recording star. Was not a baseless boast, but a preview of things to come. The visual pictures that we possess lead us around by our mental noses. This range of mental motion works just as quickly for what is considered evil as it does for what is considered good. For instance, if a person were to constantly visualize robbing the corner service station, almost automatically that individual will certainly find himself at that service station, gun in hand, prepared to empty the till. People who commit so-called crimes of passion often report that they were in the grip of a compulsion which they could neither control nor understand. Such compulsion proceeds out of our mental pictures. Images projected onto the movie screen of the mind take root in the motor impulses of the body, and each person is propelled into action by that which he or she has visualized. A future Hall of Famer. Walter Payton, future Football Hall of Famer, was once asked, "How did you manage to gain more than 15,000 yards in your career and surpass nearly every seemingly impossible rushing mark in the process?" To this, he crisply replied, "When I started out, I knew where I wanted to go and what I had to do to get there. I painted a vivid picture in my mind of all the goals I wanted to accomplish and simply set about the task of achieving them one by one." Payton went on to say that he even heard the cheering crowds in great detail in his mind. He also pictured award ceremonies, complete with sports writers and guests, and the style and brilliance of the Super Bowl championship ring that he would wear so proudly, years before it ever occurred. The quality of your visualization in your inner world will determine how quickly you will manifest results in your outer world. Since most people are relatively unaware of the power of visualization, they give little consideration to what they actually envision. Visualize the things you want. There are millions who believe they are doomed to poverty and failure because of some strange force over which they assume they have no control. Unknowingly, many create their own misfortune because of negative thought patterns, which are picked up by the subconscious and translated into its physical equivalent. Like the man or woman who has fervently visualized wealth and success and has attained it, so too has a portion of Black America approached the table of life famished because their minds held pictures of poverty, lack, and failure. By now, you realize that thoughts are things that, when properly nourished and internalized, will become a reality in the world of form. If you envision yourself acquiring abundance, and if you keep this picture in your mind regardless of the obstacles you encounter, then it must become manifest in your life. If you allow this picture to be the dominant image in your mental world, you will think successful thoughts and surround yourself with successful people who encourage your visions. You will save a part of your income and thereby pay yourself first, a crucial step in the acquisition of wealth. You will engage in a program of personal improvement and select your life's mission. You will seek the knowledge and expertise of those who have achieved success, and you will then succeed in spite of the difficulties. Your entire life experience will revolve around an image of success based on your mental picture. The reverse of this affirmation is equally as true. If you picture yourself poor, you will act out your poverty based upon that image. You will surround yourself with other like-minded people who lack the fundamental necessities and the wherewithal to succeed. You will relive past failures and speak of them as virtue. Yours will be a life haunted by missed opportunities and what-ifs. Follow these rules. If your world is one of limitation and misery because you have not realized that you have within your power the ability to change your life, here is a concise set of rules for the process of visualization. 1. Think constantly, quietly, and persistently of that which you desire. Your thinking should have two qualities: clearness and interest. 2. Relax. Do not strain to obtain your ideas. Tension is inadvertently the cause of failure. 3. See yourself already in possession of that which you desire. Visualize and emotionalize your major purpose. Imagine success. The pattern of your thinking today is transforming your tomorrows. Once you comprehend this principle, you will think twice before indulging in any bouts of self-pity. You will actually stand in awe of the law of life. You move in the direction of your dominant thought. Drill into your being clear, concise, vivid mental pictures of that which you desire most. Let your imagination be a means of looking up, not down. Cast your sights toward the infinite possibilities ever present in your environment, for you are one with infinite intelligence. Through the power of creative imagination, there is no goal too great, nor dream too high. Remember, what the mind of man can conceive and believe, it can achieve. It was Thoreau who wrote, "If one advances confidently in the direction of his dreams and endeavors to live the life he has imagined, he will meet success unexpected in common hours." Great ideas, said Albert Camus, the 20th century novelist and philosopher, come into the world as gently as doves. Perhaps then, if we listen attentively, we shall hear, amid the uproar of empires and nations, a faint flutter of wings, the gentle stirrings of life and hope. A man may not achieve everything he has dreamed, wrote William James, but he will never achieve anything great without having dreamed it first. Do not hesitate to dream. Build your dreams, nurture your dreams, lean on your dreams in times of difficulty. But once having dreamed, believe in your dreams. Visualize them as having already been fulfilled. Be idea-centered. In the proper sequence of the creative process, every need or desire is first an idea before it is an object. The order of life is inner before outer. What is needed is the right idea. Only then can you experience a natural fulfillment of the evolution of things. Stay with the basic idea. Develop the idea. Produce and project the idea. Then watch its outward manifestation in your life. The images we hold steadfastly in our minds over the years are not illusions. They are patterns by which we are able to mold our destinies. All wishful thinkers boast of their grand plans, their huge schemes and surefire bets that will produce their fortunes. But they are only plans, no real programs, no purpose. Ideas must be fostered, developed, and then put into action. By themselves, ideas have no intrinsic value. They are a dime a dozen. They must be accompanied by action. Remember the old adage, the successful implementation of one good idea is worth more than 1,000 good ideas not acted upon. In this respect, an idea becomes the first step in the success chain. It takes a creative consciousness along with relentless action to breathe life into your dreams. This is the foundation of the grand plan governing the universe. Ideas are created by infinite intelligence and manifested through you. 3. Desire, the starting point of all achievement. Some of us seem to accept the fatalist position, the fatalist attitude, that the Creator accorded to us a certain position and condition, and therefore there is no need trying to be otherwise. Marcus Garvey. No one need fear death. We need fear only that we may die without having known our greatest power. Norman Cousins. In everyone's life, there comes a time of ultimate challenge, a time when all our resources are tested, a time when life seems unfair, a time when our faith, our values, our patience, our compassion, our ability to persist are all pushed to the limit and beyond. Some have used such tests as opportunities for growth. Others have turned away and allowed these experiences to destroy their hopes. Have you ever wondered what comprises the critical difference in the way we respond to life's challenges? Society has been fascinated by what triggers us to behave the way we do. We would all like to know what sets certain men and women apart from their peers. You may have heard the story of the dehydrated man in the desert who was weak, sun-worn, and exhausted, and after spotting an oasis miles away, summons unknown inner reserves in an effort to reach his goal. Obviously, those who stamp their mark in this world are men and women who are motivated by the desire to achieve. Unless you want to taste the true riches of life, health, love, freedom, and prosperity, you will forever be among those who have tried but remain by the shoreline, mired in their failure. You must desperately want to succeed. You must be consumed with an encompassing, burning desire to reach a definite objective. You must be obsessed with an overwhelming urge to win. When Julius Caesar landed his army in England, he was determined to take no chances of a possible retreat. He wanted to show his troops that their invasion meant victory or death. So he burned his ships before their eyes. His objective was not a hope or a wish, but a pulsating desire that transcended everything else. That day, we sailed westward, which was our course, were the legendary words that Columbus jotted in his journal day after day. Hope might rise and fall, terror and dismay may seize the crew, but Columbus, undaunted and resolute, pushed due west, and nightly added to his record. Napoleon knew there were plenty of great men in France. However, his adversaries failed to recognize the might of his steadfast desire that was to ultimately shape a new and glorious Europe. "It is impossible," said a staff officer when Napoleon gave orders for a daring plan. "Impossible," replied the great commander. "Impossible is the adjective of fools." Many leaders in their march into greatness have burned their bridges behind them. Cut off from all sources of retreat, they left their troops with one choice: either win or perish. A burning desire is the real source of genius. We face life with only two options: either move or be moved. The battle-tested and determined individual will stand out from the crowd. Man who desired to be rich. Hailing from humbling beginnings, S.B. Fuller was once identified as one of the wealthiest black men in America. In his long life, Fuller owned businesses throughout the country. A fearless believer in individual initiative, he denounced welfare as the enemy of motivation. Fuller dedicated his life to achieving his dreams and helping others realize theirs. He lived by the phrase, "Nothing comes from doing nothing." Fuller was born in Ouachita Parish, Louisiana, in 1905, the oldest of 8 children raised by tenant farmers. He was driving mules at age 9 and quit school after the 6th grade. By the time he was 17, his father had left and his family had moved to Memphis. For the next several years, he struggled to make ends meet. As he drifted from job to job, something was gnawing inside. Why are some people wealthy and others poor? He constantly thought. Unexpectedly, he found the answer in his mother's dying words. "We shouldn't be poor, S.B.," the frail black woman said on her deathbed. "And don't let me ever hear you say it's God's will. We're poor only because Father has never developed the desire for anything else." It was his mother, among all other influences, who refused to accept this hand-to-mouth existence, though it was all she had ever known. Fuller's dying mother knew there was something drastically wrong with the idea that her family, living in a land of plenty, was barely getting by. In a split moment in time, her son became the sounding board and the recipient of her years of wisdom. The few words passed on to him became deeply ingrained in his mind. Almost immediately, they changed his life. Fuller wanted to become rich, and his goal soon became an obsession. There's an important rule that governs the principle of desire. The rule states, you can be, have, or do anything that you want, if only you want it hard enough. In other words, you must eagerly long for something, not a mere wishing or wanting, but a fierce, eager, consuming hunger that knows no defeat and demands satisfaction. Just as the great oak, as an embryo, sleeps within the acorn, success begins in the form of an intense desire. Out of a strong desire grow the motivating forces that cause men to embrace hopes, initiate plans, develop courage, and stimulate their minds to action in pursuit of a definite plan or purpose. There is nothing behind desire except the impulse through which it may be transformed into action. Anyone who is capable of stimulating his or her own mind to produce intense desire is capable also of the achievement of that desire. No one in his family wanted to be wealthy. Fuller conditioned his mind with such intensity that he was compelled into action. The attainment of his goal became his sole driving force. After hitchhiking to Chicago in 1928, Fuller held a variety of jobs, but mostly he sold. He sold life insurance until he discovered he could earn more money peddling soap. Said Fuller, a local magazine printed the names of Chicago's highest-paid executives. In 1934, the president of Metropolitan Life earned $50,000. On the other hand, the president of Lever Brothers, a soap company, made 9 times as much. At that point, I quit selling insurance and started selling soap. So intense was Fuller's desire that he took his last few dollars, purchased a case of soap, and began selling toiletries door to door in depression-laden Chicago. He sold soap for pennies a cake and pitched his products for as long as people would listen. Repetition is the mother of knowledge, he quipped. In 1935, Fuller boasted he would one day own his initial supplier, Boyer National Laboratories, who many times refused to give him credit. A decade later, he made good on his promise and bought the struggling company. During his years as a salesman and entrepreneur, Fuller gained the respect and admiration of his peers. By setting aside nearly every penny he had earned, he managed to save $25,000, which he used as a springboard to buy other businesses and expand his empire. What was Fuller's secret? What power, known or unknown, allowed him to leave the masses of the impoverished and join the ranks of the wealthy in the teeth of a depression? Listen as he unveils the key. I knew exactly what I wanted. I had to be a millionaire. With only a sixth grade education, Fuller began reading for self-development. When you know that you don't know, you've got to read. His favorite books were the Bible, Robert Collier's Secret of the Ages, and Napoleon Hill's Think and Grow Rich. One day, Fuller read a single fact that changed his outlook. Of the 4,043 millionaires in America then, 3,954 had not finished high school. This helped fuel his desire. If they can do it, so can I. Within 5 years, Fuller had dozens of salespeople in a small factory. He had bought real estate, a drug company, a department store, a string of theaters, and 2 black newspapers. And yes, he had become a millionaire. It is important to note that S.B. Fuller started life with few advantages. However, he chose a goal and armed himself with an intense desire and set out to reach it. There is an immense difference between the chances of the man who begins with a thorough understanding of himself, with a resolution to win at all costs, and the individual who sets out with no particular purpose or ambition and no firm determination that he will reach his objective. There is all the difference in the world between the prospects of the man who has committed himself to his life's purpose without reservation, has burned all bridges behind him, and has taken a secret oath to succeed, has vowed to see his proposition through to the end, no matter what sacrifices he must make or how long it may take, and the man who wavers and goes about his objective half-heartedly. Not everyone would care to be an S.B. Fuller or any of the other achievers highlighted in this book. Not everyone would choose to pay the price of success. To many, the riches of life are different, but the choice remains yours and yours alone. The principle through which S.B. Fuller got his millions is still alive. It is available to you. Whether success to you means material rewards, as it did to this penniless uneducated, whatever it is that you choose will only come through intense desire. Complacency is the enemy of achievement. It makes all the difference in the world whether you undertake a proposition to win with clenched teeth and a resolute will, having prepared for it thoroughly and determined at the very outset to hit your mark, or whether you begin your task with indecision and indifference. It is widely believed that the man who has the fortitude and the right mental attitude will sooner or later reach his objective. Now, have you knocked on the door named desire? Will you accept the torch of opportunity this great nation has to offer? Are you willing to study the principles spelled out in Think and Grow Rich, a Black Choice? If you answer yes, chances are this lesson is for you. Power of desire and motives. Basic motives, move to action, are all prefaced by the desire for a specific objective. Men and women of ordinary ability become pillars of strength when aroused by desire, stimulated by action. Bring a person face to face with the possibility of death and, amazingly, he or she will exhibit all kinds of physical strength and prowess. The following story clearly illustrates this point. An old African sage, wise and influential, lived on the side of a mountain near a lake. It was common practice for the people of the village to seek his advice. The old man spent many hours sitting in front of his small hut, where he rocked in a crude rocking chair made of branches and twigs. Hour after hour, he sat and rocked as he thought. One day, he noticed a young African warrior walking on the path toward his hut. The young man walked up the hill and stood erect before the sage. "Can I do for you?" the old man said. The warrior replied, "I was told by those in the village that you are very wise. They said that you can give me the secret of happiness and success." The old man listened, then gazed at the ground for several moments. He rose to his feet, took the boy by the hand, and led him down the path back toward the lake. Not a word was spoken. The young warrior was obviously bewildered, but the sage kept walking. Soon they approached the lake, but did not stop. Out into the water, the old man led the boy. The farther they walked, the higher the water advanced. The water rose from the boy's knees to his waist, then to his chin. But the old man said nothing and kept moving deeper and deeper. Finally, the lad was completely submerged. At this point, the wise man stopped for a moment, turned the boy around, and led him out of the lake and up the back path to the hut. Still not a word was spoken. The old African sat again in his creaky chair and rocked to and fro. After several thought-provoking minutes, he looked into the boy's questioning eyes and asked, "Young man, when you were in the lake, underwater, what was it you desired most?" Openly excited, the boy replied, "Why, you old fool, I wanted to breathe." Then the sage spoke these words, "My son, when you want happiness and success in life as badly as you wanted to breathe, you will have found the secret." Tale provides an excellent analogy. What is it that you desire more than anything else? When you pursue your objective with the same state of mind so clearly described in the above tale, then you will reach your goal. The desire for financial gain often lifts men and women of average ability into positions of great power. The desire for fame and fortune is easily discernible as the chief motivating force of leaders in every walk of life. Look around at the successful men and women in any line of work, and you will see embedded a deeply developed desire. Their white heat intensity and fierce craving would tolerate nothing less than the attainment of their major purpose. Many people go through life looking for favorable breaks. Perhaps the biggest break anyone could ever receive is to decide exactly what it is he or she wants and then become obsessed with obtaining it. Study the key ingredients in the following success stories. By now, you should be in a position to extract principles from specific illustrations so that you can relate, assimilate, and apply them. Wally Amos was not always famous, but he possessed the desire to attract both fame and fortune. As a young boy, he lived with his aunt in New York, who introduced him to her special chocolate chip recipe. With little direction, he dropped out of high school and joined the Air Force. 4 years later, he returned to New York and worked in a department store. A positive outlook and hard work helped him advance from stock clerk to supply manager. Amos carried the same skills over to the William Morris Agency, where he worked as a talent agent. But Amos demanded more from life. So in 1975, infused with spirit, enthusiasm, and desire, and possessing neither a high school diploma nor sufficient capital, the famous Amos chocolate chip cookie story began. The company that bears his name has since expanded throughout the nation and is now a well-known recipe for success. Edward W. Brooke desired a seat in Congress. In spite of his glaring differences, a Protestant in a predominantly Catholic district and a Republican in heavily Democratic Boston, Brooke nevertheless became in 1966 the first and only Black since 1881 to win membership in the United States Senate. Several years ago, George Halsey tried desperately to supplement his income. His salary as an insurance claims adjuster barely covered his family's living expenses. So when a young Amway distributor in Greensboro, North Carolina, convinced him to become involved, Halsey already possessed a fervent desire to succeed. Amway provided me with an opportunity and a product, said the super salesman. But George Halsey provided the rest. And what was the rest? Some of the ingredients you've heard before: hard work, persistence, determination. But the most important was desire. Without a burning desire, Halsey would not have reached his goal. Oblivious to anything but success, Halsey marched door to door, selling cleaning products that enabled him to retire as a young man with millions. Leontine Price was filled with the desire to sing in the great opera halls of the world. At age 5, she received a toy piano for Christmas. Several years later, her mother took her to see Marian Anderson, the first black soloist to sing at the New York's Metropolitan Opera House, who electrified her audience with a pulse-pounding performance. It was a magic moment. A single spark mushroomed into flames. Leontine would later tell her mother, "I know my life's purpose. I want to sing." This exposure furnished Leontine with a musical sense of direction that would propel her from rural Mississippi to the Met. And neither the lack of money, training, nor contacts would bind her. The seventh black artist to make a Metropolitan Opera debut, she was the first to achieve worldwide status as prima donna assoluta. In a career spanning more than a quarter century, Leontine Price has garnered many honors, including 18 Grammy Awards and the Presidential Medal of Freedom. To this day, she proclaims, "I love nothing more than to hear my own voice. It's a personal adoration. Singing is the most important thing." Gwendolyn Brooks cannot recall when she did not want to be a poet. Suffused with an intense desire, Brooks became the first of her race to be awarded the Pulitzer Prize. At 15, already an accomplished author, she wrote to her idol, James Weldon Johnson, who inspired her immensely. "He was quite kind," Brooks remembers. "He returned my poems with editorial comments and little assurances. He praised my talents and hoped that I would continue to write. Though my parents were delighted with this sort of attention, I would have gone on writing no matter what anyone said. I had to be a poet." Her first book, A Street in Bronzeville, published in 1945, was a huge success. She went on to earn many awards, including the Pulitzer Prize in 1950. In 1968, Gwendolyn Brooks was named Poet Laureate of the state of Illinois. Thurgood Marshall, though barred from many law schools because of his race, focused exclusively on making an impact in the courtrooms of America. After graduating with honors from a Baltimore, Maryland high school, Marshall attended Lincoln University in Pennsylvania, earning his tuition as a grocery store clerk and waiter. Despite a constricting schedule, he still found the time to join the school's debating team, fine-tuning the skills that would serve him well as one of the nation's top lawyers. In 1933, after earning a law degree from Howard University, he was admitted to the Maryland State Bar. He quickly developed a reputation for civil rights cases and was in high demand. In 1954, Marshall was ushered onto center stage while acting as special counsel for the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP. He argued successfully before the Supreme Court that racial segregation in the public schools was unconstitutional. In addition to this precedent-setting case, he presented 32 other cases before the nation's highest court, winning 29 of them. In 1967, then-President Lyndon B. Johnson elevated Marshall to Supreme Court Justice, the first black to hold such a position. The son of a waiter, he nearly single-handedly forced a nation to come to grips with its commitment to freedom. In a rare interview, he told a reporter that blacks must earn their way to higher achievement. And how does one earn anything? Through perseverance, hard work, and desire. To those familiar with track and field, her name is synonymous with speed. In the 1988 Olympics in Seoul, Korea, she won 3 gold medals, earning the title of the world's fastest woman. With her cover-girl looks, her style and grace, her name has also become synonymous with success. All of her life, Florence Griffith Joyner simply has desired to be the best. But it hasn't been easy. As a 7-year-old reared in the projects of Watts, California, Florence competed with 10 older siblings. To divert her from the temptations of the streets, drugs, crime, and gangs, her mother enrolled her in a summer youth program. It was Florence's first exposure to organized sports, and the attraction to the track events seemed natural. Florence quickly found that she could beat most boys in 100 and 200-meter sprints with little effort or training. But that changed by 1984. Crestfallen and demoralized, Florence used a second-place finish in the 200 meters in the 1984 Olympics as a springboard to a stronger effort. Second place wasn't good enough, she said without blinking an eye. I had decided that I was going for 3 gold medals in the 88 games, and I knew what it would take to reach my goal. What did it take? Let's count the cost. It took discipline, determination, and sheer desire as she meticulously adhered to a rigorous training regimen. Every morning she would run at sunrise before going to work at a neighboring bank. Her afternoons were filled with even more sprints, followed by stretching, strength exercises, and weight training. And if that wasn't enough, when funds got low, she squeezed more hours into an already hectic schedule by moonlighting as a cosmetologist at area beauty salons. Day after day, month after month, she maintained this grueling routine for 4 years. Was it worth the effort? No question. At the Seoul Olympics, it all came together as FloJo, as she is affectionately called, turned in 3 breathtaking performances by breezing to easy victories in the 100 and 200-meter dashes, as well as the 100-meter relay, setting world records in each. The ladder of success is never crowded at the top, she says ecstatically. To be a winner in any field takes hard work, discipline, and desire. In 1933, H. Naylor Fitzhugh became one of the first Black Americans to be awarded a master's degree in business administration from Harvard University. A year later, he joined the faculty of Howard University, and for more than 30 years has mentored hundreds of Black business students. Revered by corporate America as a marketing genius, Fitzhugh has had enough accomplishments in his lifetime for 2 or 3 similarly gifted men. The bedrock of Fitzhugh's personal credo was instilled during his childhood. He was raised by parents who imparted an unwavering aim for success. Though my father never completed grammar school, Fitzhugh said, he made me want to succeed. No matter what the undertaking, whether it was collecting newspapers, hauling coal, or pursuing graduate studies at Harvard, I had to perform. It was this want to and had to that has paid great dividends throughout his life. In 1960, during spring training in St. Petersburg, Florida, Bill White was fed up with the unwritten rule that forced Black baseball players to find housing among local Black families while their white teammates enjoyed luxury hotels. Disregarding the risk that came with being outspoken, he stood up in the Cardinal clubhouse and vehemently protested to St. Louis management the discriminatory practices. As a result, the team moved its training facilities to an adjacent city. 43 years after Jackie Robinson broke baseball's color line, Bill White again overcame years of mounting frustration when he was named the Sports National League president. Was it a definite purpose or a personal goal? Probably not. I make note of this example for other reasons. Though White did not seek the position, former baseball commissioner Peter Ueberroth emphatically stated, Bill White was hired because he was the best man for the job. Throughout his career, Bill always desired to be the best. In this race for success, you should be encouraged to know that our changing world is demanding new services, new methods, and new leaders. In order to fulfill this demand for new and better ideas, you must possess a definite purpose, knowing exactly what it is you want, and a burning desire to possess it. Marva Collins simply desired to teach. She began where she stood to put her dream into action. Soon after she founded Chicago's West Side Preparatory School in 1975, her ability to transform children who were labeled as retarded, troublesome, and truant into shining scholars made her a national celebrity. The media referred to her as a miracle worker and super teacher, but she is neither. In her own words, Marva promises her students, "I will not let you fail." Because of her success, she was offered the opportunity to head many influential organizations, including U.S. Secretary of Education, Superintendent of Los Angeles Schools, and Chicago School Board member, but turned them all down. Why? Because Marva simply desired to teach. And because of this insatiable desire, her accomplishments captured recognition from such institutions as the National Educational Association and the American Academy of Achievement, as well as other prestigious organizations. Marva Collins has demonstrated to an intellectually starving generation what reading can do, what love can do, but most importantly, what reading and love can do. If you are to achieve riches in your life, like those mentioned above, plant a strong, unquenchable desire into the fiber of your being. What other force on earth but desire could do as much? Millions of people struggle all the days of their lives with no stronger motive than to acquire the bare necessities: food, shelter, and clothing. Now and then someone will step out of the crowd and demand of himself and of the world more than a mere living. He motivates himself with desire and achieves fulfillment through action. What is it that you desire? What is it that will make you stand boldly and firmly, crying out, "This I will have. It is my destiny, and I am going to possess it"? As Robert Collier, author of Secret of the Ages, has stipulated, unless you want a certain thing the worst way and manifest that desire in the shape of a strong, impelling force, you will have no will with which to accomplish anything. You must not only want to do a thing or to possess a thing, but you must want to hard. You must want it as the hungry man wants bread, as the choking man wants air. And if you will but arouse in yourself this fierce, ardent, insatiable desire, you will set in operation one of nature's most potent mental forces. Miracle of motivation. Disraeli once wrote, "Action may not always bring happiness, but there is no happiness without action. Neither does action bring satisfaction, even in those instances where action does not bring happiness." Basically, you are presented with three decisions in life. Whom are you going to spend your life with? How are you going to spend your life? What are you going to live your life for? The answers to these questions will provide you with the key to the riches you seek. You will either drive yourself or be driven. Motivation will be the difference. The word motive is defined as that within the individual that incites him or her to act. It is the inner urge that produces specific results that can be learned and developed. In order for motivation to be effective, driving you toward your desire, it must be internalized. Until the incentive has been interpreted and accepted, motivation has no real power. Every thought you think, every act you take can be traced back to some definite motive or combination of motives. No one ever does anything without having been motivated to do so. You will need to develop a strong, positive approach to self-motivation if you are to be successful in your quest for achievement. There are 9 basic motives to which everyone responds, and which influence practically every human thought or deed. The 9 motives are love, financial gain, self-preservation, sex, power and fame, freedom, creativity, anger and revenge, fear. Within this framework, you will find the roots of everything you do or refrain from doing. Though love and fear are poles apart, they remain the strongest of all our motives. Children know that somebody loves them. Sitting in an old rocker on the 3rd floor of a Harlem brownstone, Clara, Mother Hale, cradles a 3-month-old infant who has already fought a battle that has defeated many adults: drug addiction. Born prematurely to a mother who herself was an addict, the tiny baby once exhibited all the symptoms of heroin dependency. The small, frail-looking black woman remembers the day the child was brought to the center. He was always shaking, scratching himself and crying, says Mother Hale, as she is affectionately called. We had to keep him covered up because he was always cold. The baby is just one of more than 600 children, black, white, and Hispanic, between the ages of 2 weeks and 3 years, who have overcome drug addiction through the care offered by the Hale House. Located in a 4-story converted apartment building on Harlem's west side, in the midst of the New York drug trade, the center was conceived by Clara Hale in 1969. The cure she continually employs is not based on miracles or medicine, but on the healing power of love and positive reinforcement. With soft, tender eyes, she says, the children know that somebody loves them. Born in Philadelphia, Clara Hale acknowledges that the loving care she received from her own mother provided the foundation for her work. At age 27, Mother Hale found herself a widow with 3 small children of her own to support. Searching for ways to raise her family, she began caring for her neighbors' children. Her home-based business was successful, except for one minor flaw. Many of the children became so attached to Mother Hale that they didn't want to go to their homes at the end of the day. Consequently, many of them boarded with her during the week and visited their parents on the weekends. Over the next 30 years, Clara Hale raised more than 40 foster children in that 5-room brownstone on 146th Street. The majority went on to lead successful lives. I have cared for more than 600 addicted babies since we opened the center, she says softly. I hold them and rock them. They love you to tell them how great they are, how good they are. Somehow, even at a young age, they understand that. I tell my children being black does not stop you. You can stand on the corner and say, well, white people kept me back and I can't do this. Not so. You can have anything you want if you make up your mind and you want it bad enough. As the founder and guiding spirit of this program, Clara Hale was cited as a true American hero by then-President Ronald Reagan in his 1985 State of the Union address. Hundreds of infants and children have returned to health and to their rehabilitated parents after living and being loved under her gentle care. Love is man's greatest experience. It brings one into communication with that infinite source of all creation. Love makes all mankind akin. It clears out selfishness, greed, jealousy, hate, and envy. True wealth will never be found where love does not abide. The love to which I refer is the love typified by the Master when he said, "And now abideth faith, hope, love, these 3. But the greatest of these is love." Love, courtesy, and friendship are 3 priceless assets that cannot be purchased or bargained for. They must be given away before they become valid. Love is the one factor that draws a clear line between man and all other creatures on earth. It is the one factor that determines for each of us the space we will occupy in the hearts of our fellow men. It is the solid foundation upon which all of humanity is based. You can judge how well you are succeeding in this game of life by the number and quality of loving relationships you have engaged in. If a man is truly great, if he is worth his salt, he will love all mankind. There is only one thing that will attract love, and that is love. This love is the same love exhibited by Clara Hale and all those who have attained riches. It is the love that is the life-giving force, the spring of all action, a motive that triggers desire. It is the outward expression of the spiritual nature of man. The great minds of every age have recognized love as the eternal elixir that binds the heart wounds of mankind and makes men their brother's keepers. Emerson held the vision of this kind of love when he wrote, "The magnanimous know very well that they who give time or money or shelter to the stranger, so it be done for love and not for ostentation, do, as it were, put God under obligation to them. So perfect are the compensations of the universe. In some way, the time they seem to lose is redeemed, and the pains they take remunerate themselves. These men fan the flame of human love and raise the standard of civic virtue among mankind." The opposite of love is fear, the great paralyzer. What is more pitiful than a healthy, able-bodied, educated young man or woman whining about the hard times or the lack of opportunity in this land that is so packed with opportunities? In what other country or at what other time in human history were the times better or the chances for success greater? Hundreds of thousands, young and old alike, try to excuse themselves for their failure to achieve by saying that society or the system or racism is the cause for their lack of accomplishment. Chances are that the great numbers are bound and gagged by their own minds, held captive by the fear of failure. John H. Johnson, founder of Johnson Publications, describes this state of affairs best. Most people don't really believe in success. They feel helpless before they even begin. Whitey's not keeping blacks down. He's not keeping us from jobs or education. We have the power to make it in this society, and so we can't blame the system for everything. It is the fear of failure that gets into the way. Fear, the most powerful of negative motives, mirrors love, but in reverse. Instead of appealing to the constructive or life-giving forces, it appeals to the force of destruction. It becomes a god in itself, demanding endless painful sacrifices. People rarely admit that their lives of bitter privation may be founded on nothing more than constant fear, and yet it happens all around them. But not all fear is negative. Though man controls his own thinking, the Creator provided that he be capable of fear, because justified fear is a part of self-preservation. For example, one who meets a lion on a jungle path and has neither a weapon nor a means of defense is well advised to be fearful and to take measures toward his self-preservation. Likewise, the child who is taught to exercise caution before crossing a street is alerted to danger. In both circumstances, fear is positive. However, self-made fears can be the most damaging. Psychologists have discovered that we are equipped with only two fears at birth: the fear of falling and the fear of loud noises. But man nonetheless remains paralyzed by many other forms of fear, among which the fear of failure emerges most prominent. Other forms of fear are fear of poverty. The fear of poverty is the most destructive of all the basic fears. Nothing brings man so much suffering and humiliation as poverty. Only those who have experienced lack and misery can understand its full meaning. This fear rears its ugly head within the generations of individuals who have known nothing but poverty. Fearing poverty, and with good reason, these people allow their wits to dull and cancel all initiative and desire. In the greatest nation in the world, a nation throbbing with opportunity, millions settle down to live in want. If you resent poverty and are determined to be rid of it, search and beware for the signs of this fear. Fear of criticism. Have you any idea what the fear of criticism does to an individual? The fear of what people will say or think keeps many from developing and presenting ideas that would give them independence if acted upon. A person who is filled with this fear will shun his ideas, lest he be rebuffed. Consequently, he loses his great gifts of imagination and creativity. The story of personal achievement is the story of those who were rebuffed. Consequently, he loses his great gifts of imagination and creativity. The story of personal achievement is the story of those who were rebuffed. Choose to give in to the unqualified they and remain true to their hearts and their own uncompromising minds. We should be our most severe critic, honestly and objectively examining our own actions. What then can we fear in the criticism of others? Fear of dying. For thousands of years, men and women have been asking the question, where did I come from and where am I going? Heaven or hell, paradise or damnation? Birth and death are necessary components of the overall plan of the universe, but people are nevertheless afraid of the afterlife. Recognize that eternity is not something that comes after death, but is a representation of time, limitless. Heaven and hell are not locations, but states of mind. Eternal life is the quality of life, well-ordered, stable, confident, and not a quantifiable description of our current being. Just the mere thought of it all coming to an end is enough to send thousands into a frenzy of the fear of dying. Though no one knows what lies beyond death's impenetrable door, there is nothing to fear from a circumstance that you cannot control. Being in full possession of your mind, you can free yourself of any and all fears. Granted, fear is a motive that can sufficiently arouse you to act and obtain that which you desire. But as you properly relate to life, you'll find that you no longer need such fears. Your mind has limitless power to make your desires come true. To bring a beneficial desire to reality, your mind must first function unhampered. The fears mentioned above have crippled the most highly developed minds and have dashed the hopes of the strongest desires. Fueling desire, how to stay motivated all the time. Remember, anything you fear and dwell upon will manifest in your life. Poverty, ill health, criticism, or love. There is nothing more important than learning the art of keeping your mind focused upon the things, conditions, and circumstances of life that you really want. Here are 10 essential elements that will fuel your motivation. 1. Develop the right mental attitude. 2. Aspire to something greater than yourself. Develop a magnificent obsession. 3. Possess a futuristic outlook. Take the long-range view. Release the past. 4. Develop deep personal integrity. Be someone you can admire. 5. Accept total personal responsibility. Remain in complete control at all times. Do not be manipulated by people or events. Operate on a personal timetable. 6. Edify and affirm others. Remember, nothing is greater than love. 7. Be grateful, not critical. Develop a gratitude attitude. 8. Select your friends with care. Minimize people dependency. If you dominate your associates, there is no way for you to expand or grow. 9. Do it now. Decide what habits or changes you wish to alter in your life. Make those changes and never let an exception occur. 10. Look for mentors. Mentors who are larger than life expand us. Mentors in different fields broaden us, and deceased mentors inspire us. None of these 10 elements regarding motivation calls for any formal education or great sacrifice. Each can be verified for its soundness by anyone who understands the power of self-motivation as it relates to achieving a worthy goal. Worthy destination. It is almost impossible to pick up a newspaper without reading of someone who has achieved great success. Almost invariably, these profiles include the overcoming of what at one time appeared to be virtually insurmountable odds. For example, the boy whose legs were terribly burned, and who seemed destined to face life as a cripple, becomes one of the world's outstanding runners. The poor, fatherless child who amasses a fortune. The youth with a disabling speech impediment and poor self-image who becomes one of the nation's most prolific public speakers. Every day a new and dramatic story appears. This is the same tale of obstacles overcome and outstanding success achieved. But how are these feats accomplished? These individuals are faced with great barriers and seemingly are blessed with few resources. Nevertheless, they overcome their obstacles and rise above their difficulties. How did they do it? But it's more than a matter of how. You must ask the question, why did they do it? If fully understood, the answer will bring you the riches you desire. Simply put, they had a goal. That is, they had fixed in their minds a point they had to reach, something that was more important, far more important, than the effort and time that had to be expended. A dream seen only in the mind and felt only in the heart, that was too big to be denied. A dream that appeared before their eyes when they awakened in the morning and was glued to their lips as they dropped off to sleep at night. This grand vision, this surging dynamic that is invisible to all the world except the person who holds it, is responsible for every great advance of mankind. It is the cause for everything we see in the world around us. Every manifestation in the world is a dream come true. It is a goal reached. It is the skyscraper, the bridge spanning the river, a shuttle to outer space. It is the little corner grocery store. It is the lovely home in the suburbs. It is the young man or woman receiving a diploma, a mother holding a baby in her arms, a golf handicap, a job promotion come true. You name it. Do you know what this means to you and me? Once the point is understood, life becomes easier, more fun, far more exciting, and incalculably more rewarding. Let me explain. In order to fully understand this idea, you must realize what lies at the very core of achievement. One of the most comprehensive definitions of success was offered by radio announcer and worldly philosopher Earl Nightingale. More than 20 years ago, Nightingale stated that success is the progressive realization of a worthy ideal. If you think about it for a moment, you'll realize just how perfect his definition is. Success is the progressive realization of a worthy ideal. What does this mean? It means that any person engaged in achieving anything that he or she considers a worthy ideal is successful. At the same time, it means that anyone not so engaged must be moving toward the opposite of success, failure. Anyone possessing a dream in his heart, which he or she has established as a worthy goal, and who is moving toward the attainment of that dream, is successful. It has nothing to do with money necessarily, unless that happens to be the goal. And each of us must decide for himself or herself what our goal is. Successful is the person who says, I'm going to become this, and works toward that goal. A success is the school teacher who's teaching school because that's what he or she wanted to do. A success is a woman who is a wife and mother because she wanted to become a wife and mother, and is doing a good job of it. A success is the man who operates a corner gas station because that is his dream. That's what he wanted to do. A success is the successful salesman who wanted to become a top-notch salesman and grow and build with his or her organization. A success is anyone who has a deliberately predetermined goal because that's what he decided upon, deliberately. With such a simple and clear definition as this, you might think that everyone is successful. Everyone should be. Unfortunately, however, it has been estimated that only 5% are. Top 5%. To further his argument, Nightingale also developed what he called the top 5% theory, which was equally as insightful. In practical terms, his theory is more fact than conjecture. Nightingale explains, if you approach 100 men and women of equal education, equal skills, equal background at age 25, and ask if they would like to be wealthy in the field of their choice, you'll notice a sparkle in their eyes, an eagerness toward life, and a keenness in their manner, for they truly wish to be rich. Now project these same individuals 40 years into the future, allowing for time, growth, experience, and opportunity. At the end of those 40 years, with the chance to be great in the field of their choice, in the richest nation on the face of the earth, only one will be rich. 4 will be financially independent. 30 will be dead. And 65 will be forced to rely on any number of government programs in order to survive the remaining years of their lives. Think for a moment of those whom you pass on the street, no matter how large or small the city, no matter its location, and regardless of the race or creed of its inhabitants. Only 5 out of 100 people will achieve their financial goals. Only 5%. And what of the other 95%? Unfortunately, they just drift along, hoping and wishing that something positive will turn up, or at least that nothing negative will. These are able-bodied men and women who've allowed the winds of circumstance to blow them in any direction. Why, in this land of plenty, is there such a disheartening ending to so many lives? What has happened to the sparkle in their eyes and their eagerness toward life? What became of their hopes, their dreams, and their plans? Rollo May, the distinguished psychiatrist and author of Man's Search for Himself, explains the psychological origin of this question. May regretfully says, man simply conforms. Many people feel they are powerless to do anything effective with their lives. It takes courage to break out of the settled mold, but most find conformity more comfortable. This is why the opposite of courage in our society is not cowardice, it's conformity. One thing you must put aside in order to fulfill your destiny is conformity. We all conform in hundreds of ways. Even those of us who feel we have traveled on our own separate paths, who have lived more or less as free and independent spirits, are conformists to some extent. But you must realize the ways in which you should not conform. You should not lead your life according to the dictates and mandates of others. Conforming to the whims and standards of others is insidious and dangerous. There is a human tendency, no doubt acquired and strengthened in childhood, to believe that whatever people in significant numbers are doing must be correct, or so many would not be doing it. We live in a society in which popularity is confused with superiority or excellence. For example, the most popular consumer brands are not necessarily the best consumer brands. American-made cars and clothing are heavily advertised and therefore are most popular. But the truth of the matter is, the great majority of people seldom enjoy the best of anything: clothes, cars, cuisine, or lifestyle. The best is never the most popular. You must find your own unique pathway in the world. The masses or majority never do. Until you set the tone for your existence, you will follow others who are, in turn, following you. As you continue your trek to greatness, you must remember this: If you do the exact opposite of what everyone else is doing, you'll probably avoid one of life's most costly mistakes. Goals. Now, why don't more people set goals? This question has been raised and argued for decades. Basically, there are four reasons: a failure to realize the importance of goals, an inability to set goals, a fear of rejection, a fear of failure. Dr. Benjamin E. Mays, scholar, educator, and president emeritus of Morehouse College, put it more succinctly. It must be born in the mind that the tragedy of life doesn't lie in not reaching your goal. The tragedy lies in having no goal to reach. It isn't calamity to die with dreams unfulfilled, but it is a calamity not to dream. It is not a disaster to be unable to capture your ideal, but it is a disaster to have no ideal to capture. It is not a disgrace not to reach the stars, but it is a disgrace to have no stars to reach for. Not failure, but low aim is sin. If you were to compare human beings with ships, the following scenario might prove a revealing analogy. It has been estimated by researchers that nearly 95% of the current population can be compared to a ship without a rudder, subject to every shift of wind and tide. They are helplessly adrift. And while they fondly hope that they will one day venture into a rich and prosperous port, you and I know that for every narrow harbor entrance, there's 1,000 miles of rocky coastline. Their chances of just drifting into a safe port are 1,000 to 1 against them. However, the 5% who have taken the time and discipline to decide on a destination and chart a course sail straight and far across the deep oceans of the world, reaching one port after another and accomplishing more in a few short years than the majority will accomplish in a lifetime. If you should visit a ship in port, climb to the navigation bridge, and ask the captain his next port of call, he will answer you in one sentence. Every person should be able to do the same. Unless you can say in one concise, well-defined sentence what your goal or definite purpose happens to be, chances are good that you have never clearly defined your goal. The ship's captain cannot see his destination for fully 99% of his journey, but he knows what it is, where it is, and that he will reach it if he keeps doing certain things a certain way each day. When you ask most people what it is they seek, they'll respond in vague, unrealistic terms. They may say happiness or good health or money. These are not goals. They are simply conditions desired by everyone. When we speak of goals, we mean, what is it that you want? You, as an individual. What is it that you would like to have or be? If you can tell me what you want, I can tell you how to get it, as long as it's worthy, doesn't violate the laws of your fellow man, and is within the realm of human accomplishment. Progressing successfully through a lifetime should be a matter of routinely setting and achieving goals, one after another, each a little better than the former. Just as a ship sails to only one port at a time, set your first port of call. When you've reached your goal, and reach it you will, you can then set a new goal, and then another. By following this meaningful and common sense approach to life, you will be successful and accomplish more in a few short years than the great majority do in a lifetime. Walk to the beat of a different drummer. Henry David Thoreau wrote, "If a man does not keep pace with his companions, perhaps it is because he hears a different drummer." While most of us are not as insightful as Thoreau, each of us is unique. I may not be able to do what you do, or vice versa, but each of us has the ability to choose his particular way and style of life. You may choose to stay with the crowd that is content with mediocrity, those who say, "It can't be done," or "No one in the past has ever done it." or you can follow the desires of your heart. You are free to strike off in a new, personally chosen direction, unencumbered by the prejudices and opinions of others. There is a Chinese proverb that drives home this point. A man who says it cannot be done should not interrupt the man doing it. There will always be those who are ready to speak persuasively about the utter impossibilities of your achievement, or the minuscule chances of your success as you venture forth. Consider their words, if you must, then proceed to go your own way. Listen instead to the inner rhythms of the music within your soul. How's your aim? Realizing that without a goal, we are unsuccessful, and realizing, too, that with a goal, we will have direction and purpose, and that our goal will be reached, we begin to understand that the setting of a clearly defined objective is the most important step that we could possibly take. Aristotle, the great philosopher, was asked one day by a young citizen, "How do you get to Mount Olympus?" To which Aristotle promptly replied, "By simply ensuring that each step you take is toward Mount Olympus." Mahatma Gandhi once instructed a fellow Hindu leader during their quest for Indian independence not to lose sight of his destination. "There will be many turnings along the way," Gandhi said. "It will be easy to get lost on attractive bypaths that lead nowhere. Resist deflections." It has been a constant source of bewilderment to watch the overwhelming majority of people drift aimlessly through life, without the slightest conception of the work for which they are best suited, and with no idea of even the need for a definite objective toward which to strive. This, indeed, is one of the tragedies of civilization. Clinical psychologist Harry E. Gunn, an expert in career counseling, notes that nearly 60% of all Americans say they are unhappy with their careers, and that they would rather be in a different field of work. Napoleon Hill quotes an even higher figure. Hill insists that 98 out of every 100 people working for wages today are in the positions they hold because they lacked definiteness of purpose to plan a specific course of action. Toward this end, goal setting is the master skill. It is a quality without which no one can attain riches or outstanding success. The man or woman on the move is the person who is intensely goal-oriented. The man or woman who sets a goal is the mover and shaker in every area of human endeavor. It is through the practice of goal setting that one can compensate for life's shortcomings, whether those shortcomings be real, lack of money, limited schooling, or poor self-image, or imagined. The setting of goals and strict adherence to them will cause the window of opportunity to open in your life. How to set goals. Every successful individual follows, in one form or another, the same goal-setting techniques. Some follow it diligently. Those who stand at the threshold of achievement have utilized goal-setting on a routine basis. You must do the same. Follow these instructions to the letter. Comply with them in good faith. And remember that by doing so, you are duplicating the procedure used by many of the greatest leaders this nation has ever produced. With pad and pencil, settle into a place where you feel comfortable, a favorite desk or chair, somewhere you feel creative. Plan to spend the next 60 minutes defining exactly what it is you expect to be, to do, or to create. It could very well be the most valuable 60 minutes of your life. First, write down a clear, concise statement of what you want most in life. This could be reaching a certain salary level, gaining a promotion in your present line of work, or starting your own business. Write what you wish, but you must be specific. Second, outline your plan of achieving this major goal. The plan need not be long. In fact, the opposite is probably true. The shorter your plan, the more likely it is to focus on major issues. Just as a ship can reach only one port at a time, you can achieve only one goal at a time. Most of the confusion and indecision found within the majority of people can be traced to one of two obvious sources. Either they haven't decided on a specific goal, or they have dispersed their efforts, and as a result, accomplish very little at all. Third, set a definite timetable for achieving your goal. Remember, major goals are seldom reached in giant steps. Your plan should include all interim steps necessary to reach the top. Fourth, memorize your chief aim and your plan. Repeat them several times a day, almost like a prayer, ending with an expression of gratitude for having received what your plan calls for. By so doing, you will be forcing your major purpose into your subconscious mind, from which will come the steps you need, as you need them, for its accomplishment. Most importantly, put your plan into action. Plans and goals are vital, essential really, but they are wasted without action. You must take the necessary steps to implement your plans. One man used this goal-setting system. Thousands of people have applied this goal-setting system for their own enrichment. Legend has it that this is the same system used by scientist and inventor George Washington Carver, who has been labeled the greatest agricultural scientist this country has ever produced. Carver, a former slave, is credited with single-handedly transforming the pattern of agriculture throughout the South. When I was a child, my owner saw what he considered to be a good business deal and immediately accepted. Dr. Carver often told visitors to his Tuskegee, Alabama laboratory, "He traded me off for a horse." That may have been the best thing that ever happened to me, for in my new environment, I managed to get much more schooling than I otherwise would have had. Maybe it was that trade that helped to prepare me to spend years studying sweet potatoes, peanuts, and soybeans. George Washington Carver was born in 1864 to slave parents on the Diamond Grove, Missouri farm of Moses Carver, whose name he bore. Carver's earliest recollections were the death of his father and the kidnapping of himself and his mother by slave traders in the last year of the Civil War. Though his mother was never heard from again, a racehorse valued at $300 was given in exchange for him. He was returned to Missouri to his master's plantation. 5 years later, when freed by the 13th Amendment, Carver faced all the disadvantages associated with poverty, race, and ignorance. He was 13 years old. With an insatiable thirst for knowledge but no school to quench it, he borrowed an old spelling book and, in effect, became his own teacher. For 9 years he worked as a servant, laboring by day and studying by night, until he was financially able to attend Iowa State College. After graduating in 1894, with both bachelor's and master's degrees, he joined the school's faculty, specializing in agricultural research. Carver's students loved him. His wide knowledge of soils, minerals, birds, and flowers, and his love of nature made study under him a pleasure. In his greenhouse, he experimented with many types of plant crossings and grafting, and became known as the plant doctor. His botanical exploits were soon discovered by Booker T. Washington, who called Carver to his life's work at Tuskegee Institute. The Institute's 2,000-acre farm was in wretched condition. Much of the land had been depleted by years of growing cotton. Crop rotation to replenish essential minerals was unknown at the time. In an endless cycle, farmers simply cleared excess timberland and let the barren soil erode. Without vegetation, more and more topsoil washed away. Carver's methods were simple. He set out to achieve one goal: to improve the conditions of the soil. He knew that peanut and sweet potato plants drew their nourishment from the atmosphere, and that they replaced nitrogen and other essential minerals that would fertilize the land. Unfortunately, there was no market for these products. Peanuts were considered useless. But Carver began to change things. He made flour, alcohol, vinegar, rubber, shoe blacking, and syrup from sweet potatoes, and dyes, stains, cheese, Worcestershire sauce, margarine, paints, facial cream, and a preparation used in the fight against infantile paralysis from peanuts. In all, he made 118 different items from sweet potatoes and found more than 300 uses for the peanut. By the time the United Peanut Association of America held its annual convention in Montgomery, Alabama in 1919, peanuts were second only to cotton as a cash crop. Although it comprised an $80 million industry, most of the peanut farmers didn't know that Carver had brought them prosperity. To them, he was just an eccentric old colored man who dabbled with plants. Nonetheless, one of the group insisted that they should learn as much as they could about their product. They invited Carver to attend their meeting to discuss his experiments. However, when he arrived at the hotel, the bellman wouldn't let him in because he was black. But Carver was accustomed to such indignities. He had come to the South to help a struggling country confront its agricultural problems. He promised himself he would bring credit to his race regardless of the sacrifices and personal humiliation. The peanut growers were so impressed with his discoveries that one association member invited him to Washington, D.C. to address Congress. Carver rode the train all night, sitting upright on a wooden bench in a segregated car designated Colored Only, to have the opportunity to present his findings to Congress. It was during this congressional testimony that Carver gave a clue as to his ability to uncover nature's secrets. He said, "Life requires thorough preparation. We must rid ourselves of the idea that there's a shortcut to achievement. We must understand that education, after all, is nothing more than seeking and understanding the relations of one thing to another. First, you must get an idea about a given thing. Then you must attempt to determine its cause." Carver used this system again and again to unlock nature's secrets. Many times he could be found in his laboratory concentrating on a single idea, determined to reach his goal before he would move on to his next objective. The goal-setting process that allowed George Washington Carver to ignore discrimination and work tirelessly toward the attainment of his goals earned him the respect of many of the great men of his day. For example, Thomas Edison sent an assistant to Tuskegee to persuade Carver to work in Edison's laboratories at a six-figure salary. Other offers followed. Henry Ford, Joseph Stalin, and Mahatma Gandhi considered Carver the world's greatest scientist, and each tried to lure him away. But his answer was always the same. He declined the offers, content to make his mark at Tuskegee. Emulate Dr. Carver. First, focus on a dream, an idea, a goal. Then concentrate your thoughts as often as possible on that particular objective. Create a mental image of your goal already having been attained. Be specific. Don't generalize. If it is money that you desire, establish in your mind the exact amount. It is not sufficient merely to say, "I want plenty of money." Be definite as to the amount and set a time limit for earning it. If your goal is a beautiful home, get a picture of the exact home you wish to own, even if you have to pay an architect to draw the plans. Be very careful about what you set your mind and heart upon, for if you want it strongly enough, you'll get it. I have spent a major portion of my life trying to figure out what separates the haves from the have-nots. Not just in a financial sense, although that's certainly an important part of success, but in all phases. I started searching for the answer while completing my doctoral requirements at Northwestern University. The answer I was looking for was the secret to achievement, the secret of success. Finally, I realized that in the hundreds of lives I studied, in the countless books I read, a plain and simple truth had been staring me in the face all along. It is simply, you become what you think about. You are at this very moment nothing more than the sum total of your thoughts. Similarly, you will be next year, or even 5 years from now, what you think about from this point onward. That's why establishing a goal is so vital to your success. Unless you think about the thing you wish to accomplish, your thinking will be erratic, confused, jumping from one way to another, with the result of achieving nothing, arriving nowhere. By thinking every morning, each evening, and as many times during the day about the single most important goal you've set for yourself, you'll actually begin moving toward it. Concentrating your thoughts is like taking a river that is twisting and turning, meandering throughout the countryside, and putting it onto a straight, smooth channel. Now it has power, direction, and speed. It is the same with your mind. Once you know where you're going, you'll know exactly why you get out of bed in the morning. You'll know why you're working and what you are working toward. And you'll know why it's important to do the very best work of which you are capable. You'll know why it's essential that you cut yourself away from the big, sluggish river of people who are drifting without purpose and direction, and cut the channel straight and clear to the dream that lies within your heart. The requirements for goal setting are simple. 1. Goals must be conceivable, capable of being put into words. 2. Goals must be believable, within the realm of possibilities. 3. Goals must be achievable, doable within your given strengths and abilities. 4. Goals must be desirable, something you desperately want to accomplish. 5. Goals must be just out of reach, but within your grasp. Aim high. 6. Goals must be measurable. What gets measured gets done. 7. Establish timetables for the completion of all goals. If you are unable to reach your goal in a specified time frame, simply reset the goal. 8. Create a workable master plan. Describe precisely what you intend to give in return for the realization of that which you desire. Remember, there is no such thing as something for nothing. Describe clearly the plan through which you intend to reach your objective. Success demands a price that must be paid in advance, in full. 9. Put your goals into action every day. These instructions call for no effort that you can't easily put forth. They make no demands on your time or ability with which the average person could not comply. Decide now what it is you want from life and what you plan to give in return. Decide where you are going and how you are going to get there. And then start from where you are. Get into action. There is no road to riches but through a clear, strong purpose. Nothing can take its place. A purpose underlies character, culture, position, attainment of every sort. Decide on your goal. Insist upon it. If the thing you wish to do is right and you believe in it, go ahead and do it. Chase your dream. And never mind what they say if you meet with temporary defeat. There is a difference between wishing for a thing and being ready to receive it. No one is ready for a thing until he believes he can acquire it. The state of mind must be belief, not a mere hope or wish. There is nothing, right or wrong, that belief plus burning desire cannot bring to pass. For the next 30 days, review the goals that you specified in step 1 of the goal-setting process. Read your goals every morning, evening, and as many times during the day as you can. Force your goals into your subconscious mind. See yourself as already having attained them. Do this without fail every day for 30 days, and it will become a habit that will lead you from one success to another all the days of your life. For this is the lodestone of riches. You are now, and you will become in the future, what you think about. 4. Faith, the prerequisite to power. Wise man must be wise before, not after the event. Karmas. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Hebrews chapter 11, verse 1. But first, you must believe. Peter Pan. Is there a force, a power, a science, call it what you will, which few people understand and even fewer use to overcome difficulties and achieve outstanding success? I firmly believe there is, and this lesson will explain it, so you may use it for the attainment of your chief aim. Great men and women have never found the easy road to triumph. It is always the same old route, by way of hard work and plenty of applied faith. Let me tell you of the power of applied faith. At one time in his life, 18 cents and 2 cans of sardines were the only thing that stood between him and starvation. He moved from one cheap Greenwich Village apartment to another, simply because he couldn't pay the rent. 20 years of his life had already been spent in the military. While serving as a cook in the Coast Guard, he used nights and free time to write letters for fellow enlistees to their wives and girlfriends back home. Men who were either illiterate or found it too difficult to express themselves, at least on paper, became routine customers. It was during this time that he too fell in love with writing. He didn't know it then, but his literary talents would eventually carry him to fame and fortune. But his success was anything but instant. Like so many things in his life, writing did not come easy. Creativity and composition were brutally difficult barriers. He labored 7 nights a week for 8 years before he sold his first article. When he retired from the Coast Guard, he dedicated himself full-time to his writing. Though his income was paltry and erratic, his bills never failed to arrive on time. He was offered several 9-to-5 jobs, but refused them all. Why? Because I'm a writer, he said. I've got to keep writing. Determined to scratch out a living in the literary field, he came up with an idea. A book which, as originally planned, would take no more than 3 years to write. Actually, the project took 12 years, leaving him on the brink of bankruptcy, both financially and spiritually. For these 12 years, he spent every waking moment either writing or researching. He devoted more than 6,500 hours in 57 libraries on what seemed to be an endless search. His airfares alone, commuting between the United States, London, and the west coast of Africa, totaled more than $30,000. 9 years after starting this complicated task, he found himself $100,000 in debt, depressed, and contemplating suicide. While preparing an editorial assignment on a private yacht of a friend, he figured the only solution to his problems was for him to simply throw himself overboard and end it all. But something stopped him. At his lowest point of despair, after hundreds of setbacks that penetrated the depths of his soul, while constantly surrounded and harassed by unsympathetic family and friends, he met his greatest source of power: applied faith. Recognizing, perhaps for the first time in my life, he said, the amazing power of an enduring faith, I carefully surveyed my bleak circumstances to determine just how much of this form of riches I possessed. The assessment was both revealing and gratifying. In his own words, these are the thoughts of a man who discovered how to condition his mind for the expression of faith. Something rose up within greater than himself. Believing his book would be of enormous value, He dismissed all notions of ending his life. The book that made Alex Haley a millionaire traced the story of the author's family, beginning in Africa in 1750 and ending 117 years later in Henning, Tennessee. This monumental 885-page bestseller had the largest printing for a hardcover book in U.S. publishing history. Since 1977, for his faith, Haley has been honored by more than 400 different countries, institutions, and organizations. For his faith, Haley has become one of the most celebrated writers ever, winning a Pulitzer Prize in the process. For his faith, Roots, the television series, broke all viewing records and seized 9 Emmys, becoming the highest-rated television show ever. What was Alex Haley's response to his newfound success? He declared, "The only way to succeed is through hard work and plenty of faith." A person who succeeds in life is one who is convinced that faith is necessary to make contact with infinite intelligence, the source of all power. Believing is the beginning of faith. When the force of faith is unleashed, power becomes unlimited and possibilities are without end. The magnificent power of faith is yours to control through your own undeniable, inalienable privilege of thought. Faith is a state of mind that has been labeled by Napoleon Hill as the mainspring of the soul, through which your aims, desires, and goals may be translated into their physical equivalent. When you truly believe and comprehend this attribute, putting it into action, you may then control or at least be able to adjust to every setback or negative experience in your life. Faith is a means by which you can put yourself in a frame of mind to tune in and draw upon the power that controls the entire universe. I have related Alex Haley's story to emphasize the manner in which one may clear his mind, even in the midst of chaos and insurmountable difficulties, and prepare it for the expression of faith. Stated in his own words, you have the story of a man who discovered how to condition his mind for this expression. And what a dramatic story it is. Dramatic because of its simplicity. Faith is the prerequisite to positive power. It gives perspective, accurate analysis, and the ability to forge ahead. For the individual seeking to develop a powerful, persuasive personality, there is no substitute for honest self-evaluation and faith. Think of someone you know who always seems to be convinced that he or she will succeed. That person is one who understands faith and knows the power that it transmits. Seemingly, nothing can destroy the determination of a person who thinks, believes, and possesses a faith strong enough to move mountains. Every man or woman must have faith to achieve. No one can aspire without it. The Creator has not likened us to His image with aspirations and longings for heights to which we cannot climb. Have faith. Life should be lived in earnest. It is no idle game, no farce to amuse and be forgotten. You cannot have too much of that yearning one calls aspiration without an ample supply of applied faith. Have faith in yourself. Have faith in the Creator. As the rational person knows, there has to be a plan and a power controlling the universe. You must realize that you, the individual, are a minute expression of infinite intelligence, and as such, there are no limitations except those accepted in your own mind. As the carpenter from the plains of Galilee said, "According to your faith, so be it unto you." When you find things in your life that you feel need changing, summon this principle. By increasing your level of faith, you will gain new strength and a new belief in yourself. Set in motion the words of Booker T. Washington, the Wizard of Tuskegee, who urged Black Americans to start where you are with what you have, knowing that what you have is plenty enough. If you believe that you can take the first step, that very thought resonating within your being will give you the power to take the next, and so on. Fortunate is the man or woman who has had the gentle guidance of parents, guardians, or mentors who instilled in him or her, in the early formative years, the principle of faith. The following example points up the influence of such training. Leaf, the stepping stone to faith. When she was 5 years old, Bonnie's right leg was amputated just above the knee. A blunt and painful remedy for a birth defect that had stunted the growth of her leg. When doctors in a Los Angeles hospital performed the surgery, her right leg reached only the knee of the left. The amputation was only the first in a series of surgical procedures that would be performed over a 6-month period. For reasons that remain a medical mystery, Bonnie St. John's right leg was missing a growth center at birth, resulting in a shortened femur. Until the surgery, she had spent her childhood wearing a bulky leg brace and orthopedic shoes. It was hoped that a prosthesis would free her from any limitations. Everyone knew Bonnie would not walk, run, or play like normal children. Everyone, that is, except her mother. "I just chose to ignore her handicap," insisted Ruby St. John. "I didn't focus on it. Rather, I asked our doctor just how much Bonnie could do with one leg. His reply was, as much as she believes she can do. So, I told my husband that's what we're going to do. We'll let Bonnie decide what her limits are." Breaking through the mental barriers proved to be a formidable obstacle for the young girl. For nearly a decade after the amputation, Bonnie shut herself away, refusing to venture any farther than her bedroom door. Only on occasion did she peer through her window at the children playing outside, the same children who in the past teased her and poked fun and called her wooden leg. Beliefs and limits can sometimes become roadblocks. Many people think of themselves in terms of what they can't do, rather than what they can do. Bonnie knew what she couldn't do. She faced it every morning when she strapped on her prosthesis. But in her mind, she was looking for something she could do. When a friend took her on a ski trip, she found her niche. Bonnie was 15 when she first stood on skis. It was an experience to remember. "It was a disaster," she recalled. "I was numb with cold, and I kept falling down." But the sport added a new dimension to her life. She became aware of the relationship between mind and body and the power of the belief system. After all, skiing with 2 legs required some skill, but skiing with 1 leg required faith. With practice and pluck on the slopes, she became more self-confident as well as proficient. In the summer of 1981, Bonnie left home to study at Cornell University in upstate New York. It was there that she decided to try out for the U.S. Handicapped Olympic ski team. Such a goal might be dismissed as misguided dreaming for someone who had skied for only 2 years, not to mention an amputee. But a steadfast determination and iron will convinced Bonnie that her goal was possible. Soon she enrolled in the Burke Mountain Academy, a ski school that gave in-depth instruction to a select group of Olympic hopefuls. Bonnie was the first handicapped racer to ever be considered by the school. For the next 6 months, Bonnie had 1,000 reasons to quit. For starters, she began her training by falling off a skateboard and breaking her left leg, leaving her totally incapacitated. Once recovered, she hiked and cycled every hill, participated in all drills, and competed in non-handicapped events. She even raised money by working part-time as a waitress to finance her tuition. By the time Bonnie left Burke Academy, she was one of its best skiers. In April 1983, Bonnie's dream became a reality. She was named to the U.S. Handicapped Olympic ski team. In January, she competed at the 1984 Winter Games in Innsbruck, Austria, capturing a silver and 2 bronze medals. Bonnie's belief system has spilled over into other areas of her life. A Cornell and Harvard graduate with a 4.0 grade point average, she was rewarded with a Rhodes Scholarship. Today, she is nearing the completion of a PhD in economics at Oxford University. Bonnie St. John is a perfect example that anything within the realm of human understanding is possible for the believer. Now, what do you believe? I have made myself familiar with the lives of outstanding Black men and women. I have met and interviewed many high achievers, and I have often wondered just what it was that took them over the top. I have seen coaches take apparently inferior teams and infuse them with that something, a force that drove them to victory. I have seen average individuals in the depths of despair and anguish do an abrupt about-face, reaching heights unknown. Apparently, I was born with an insatiable curiosity, for I have always had a yearning to seek explanations and answers. My inquisitiveness has brought me face to face with many peak performers, led me to many peculiar cases, and has directed me to read every book I could muster on the subject of achievement, psychology, and metaphysics. Gradually, I discovered that there is a golden thread that runs through these teachings and makes them work for those who sincerely accept and apply them. This thread can be named in a single word: belief. Belief is the same element or factor that causes people to be cured through mental healing, enables others to climb the ladder of success, and produces phenomenal results for all who accept it. Why belief is a miracle worker is something that cannot be satisfactorily explained. But have no doubt about it, there's genuine magic in believing. I have counseled individuals who've said, "There is a position I desire very much, but I could never fill it." Initially, I often agreed with them, that they could never acquire a certain position as they are now. But it is totally self-defeating to believe that they must remain that way. No one is unchangeable. One must believe in his power of accomplishment. This is not so much faith in yourself as faith in your potential. Without it, many of your goals and desires will remain beyond your reach. Success-oriented individuals enjoy continued success because they expect or anticipate success in advance. But the majority, plagued by long strings of repeated failures, are unabashedly accustomed to failure and expect no more out of life. The aphorism, "As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he," not only embraces the whole of man's being, but reaches out to every condition and circumstance of his life. You've learned by now that a man or woman is what he or she thinks. His or her character becomes the total of all his thoughts. Now, take this concept one step further and condition your mind. As the Master stated, "If thou canst believe, all things are possible to him that believeth." The one way to separate yourself from the mass of humanity and climb out of complacency is to hitch your wagon to the star of some strong purpose or chief aim and believe. Here is a basic faith statement. To do something, anything, you must first believe it can be done. Believing something can be done triggers the mind into motion to do just that. Find a way to do that which you desire. Mind you, things do not occur because of special magical powers, but because people believe so intensely that they become affected by words and actions. In plain terms, your life is what you believe. If, for example, you believe in scarcity, think about it regularly and make it the focus of your conversations. I am sure you will see your fair share of poverty in your life. On the other hand, if you believe in happiness and abundance, think of these attributes and act on your belief in them. There's a good chance that you will manifest wealth, supply, and opportunity. Modern philosophy asserts that if you have confidence in your abilities, believing in yourself, you can accomplish those things that might have been inadvertently labeled impossible. Belief is the prerequisite that improvement is possible in spite of outward appearances. Believe in yourself. Have faith in your abilities. With a sound self-confidence, you can and will reach your goal. Push aside all self-limiting beliefs. Somewhere in your makeup lies dormant the seed of achievement which, if aroused and placed into action, would carry you to great success. Most of us feel that we are capable of more than we've shown, but we don't take the necessary steps to change our circumstances. This is life's paradox. Many apparently well-educated men and women in their respective fields will, in their broad ignorance, condemn the idea of thought power and make no effort to apply its teachings. And yet each of them, if successful, has consciously made use of it. There are those who will believe only what they wish to believe, or what fits into their scheme of beliefs, summarily rejecting anything to the contrary, lessening all that they could possibly become in the process. Every man-made creation starts with seeds of thought. The idea is then germinated with action to form its physical equivalent. All that we savor or avoid is eventually transformed through this process. But beware, when you live exclusively in form, the physical senses, you live in a world of limitations. Think of all the limits that are placed on your form. You can lift only so much weight. You can run only so fast. You can work only so hard. Limits are all in the dimension of form. Now consider the part of you without physical limits, the dimension of thought. There are no limits to your ability to think. If you can imagine yourself doing anything or achieving anything, then you can attain the physical equivalent. In this context, the power of belief is dialectical. It can work against you as well as for you. It can defeat you as well as place you on the pedestal of success. If you are currently burdened by any self-limiting beliefs, resolve to dispose of them immediately. In 1963, Bob Hayes, called by sports writers the world's fastest human, reached a top speed of 28 miles per hour during a 100-yard race, then the fastest speed recorded by man. Will anyone run faster? The experts thought. Today, no one really knows how fast a man or woman can run because we are not certain what limits the performance of runners. Most theories center around the physical, the idea of energy being released from the leg muscles. Energy released in this fashion is a chemical process triggered by an electrical impulse from the brain. Seemingly, the faster the pulse from the brain, the faster energy is released, and the greater the power of the runner. For more than 3,000 years in the history of the sport, no one has ever run as fast as Bob Hayes. However, the only limits to this breakthrough were established by Bob Hayes's beliefs, not by impulses from his brain. Before they can predict the ultimate limits of the human body, theorists must first account for other factors involved in the steady improvement of achievement. For example, in 1968, Bob Beamon stood motionless after jumping 29 feet, 2.5 inches, nearly 2 feet farther than anyone had ever jumped before. While he was aided ever so slightly by the lower air resistance due to Mexico City's high altitude, there was no denying the magnitude of his feat. Beamon had gone so far beyond what was then considered the limit of human abilities that sports physiologist Ernst Joeckel called his performance a mutation. When questioned about his record-breaking leap, Beamon ecstatically said, "I believed I could do it." In 1933, aware of the limitations that ignorance imposed, Charles Drew, who ranked within the top 5 of his medical school class, was awarded 2 prestigious fellowships. The fellowships allowed him to continue his studies in a field that was to have a profound impact in the medical profession. Drew continued his research at Columbia University, where 7 years later he published his thesis, Banked Blood, in which he uncovered new approaches to the uses of plasma preservation, transportation, and subsequent transfusion. It was considered the final word on blood preservation and was translated into numerous languages. Unbelievable? Well, for some it was. For you see, medical authorities during the time adopted a policy of blood segregation. That is, the collecting, storing, and separate administration of blood drawn from different races. Drew knew there was no scientific evidence for the continuation of such a dangerously wasteful procedure. His research concluded that there was no racial difference in human blood, and that plasma was to be classified by types, not race of donor. Again, another self-limiting belief proved believable. Need we hear more? Calvin Pete was 23 years old when he first handled a golf club. By the standards of this demanding and precise sport, he was labeled an old man, though he earnestly declared, "I never considered myself too old for this sport. I just enjoyed playing the game." He never took a lesson. As a result, he just hit ball after ball, sometimes 1,000 at a time, fine-tuning his game and analyzing every stroke. It is the natural reflex for all golfers to label this as impossible. Why? Because every professional golfer had plenty of lessons. Thousands of hours of individualized instruction in every phase of the game. Nobody approaches this sport without the rigorous assessment of a seasoned professional who can correct undetected flaws. Not so with Calvin Pete. To compound his general lateness, when he was 11 years old, Pete fell from a tree on his grandmother's farm in Mississippi, breaking his left elbow in 3 different places. To this day, he cannot straighten his left arm completely. Nonetheless, unfazed, Pete simply learned to play golf his way. At 32, he left the amateur ranks, finally qualifying for the tour's professional circuit in 1975. Since 1982, he has won more major tournaments, 11, and more money, $1.6 million, than most other golfers on the U.S. Tour. Today, Calvin Pete is the most unlikely champion in professional sports. A black man with a bent arm who has mastered a game where everyone else seems to be both young and well-tutored. Consider the things in your life that you currently deem impossible. What are your self-limiting beliefs? Whatever they are, they can only be dismissed by applied faith. A better job? A business deal entitling you to a handsome commission? A major promotion? A college education? Whatever it is that you desire but think unreachable will undoubtedly remain so unless you change your thought process. Are you ready to reach your destiny and climb the mountain of success? Do you have the audacity to step out from the crowd and capture what life really holds for you? If so, there's little you cannot accomplish if you unleash your faith. Being truthful to ourselves means taking the responsibility for making the best use of what we have. And what do we have? We have our underutilized minds, our abilities, our talents, and time, all waiting to be thrust into action by the guiding spirit of faith. These are our possessions, which comprise an immense amount of wealth that belongs to each of us. And it is the investment of our wealth that will determine our rate of return. But we must express these powers through the principle of faith. You may compare the average human being, filled with fear, with no faith at all, to the horse or elephant that meekly does what it is directed to do. It is completely unaware of its own strength. It does not know how easily it could do whatever it desires. Much in the same way, millions of human beings live in tiny self-imposed prisons of their own fashioning, completely unaware of their powers to be free, to do what they'd most love to do, and in so doing, to reap a harvest beyond their wildest imaginations. If only they'd recognize this power of faith, they would not be slaves to any circumstance. As long as you consider that which you desire impossible, your subconscious mind will go to great lengths to convince you why the task is impossible. By allowing your mental processes to take such command, you will be forever paralyzed by unnecessary barriers. Believe me, you've got what it takes. Never consider that you do not possess the ability to obtain all that you wish. A man who succeeds in life must not only know where he is going, but must settle within his mind, with an unshakable faith, that he is indeed capable of reaching any port, no matter how rough the sea or how distant the destination. Realizing this, he can remove any outside influence that may attempt to discourage him. Applied faith is the voice of authority speaking to all those who will prevail, no matter the odds or difficulties. Believe it can be done. That is basic to creative thinking. First, eliminate the word impossible from your vocabulary. Impossible is a word tainted with connotations of failure. Second, when confronted with a seemingly insurmountable task, commit your thoughts to paper. Write all the reasons why your goal or objective can be accomplished. Be detailed and specific. Many of us relinquish our desires prematurely, simply because we've concentrated on why we can't accomplish more with our lives, when the only thing worthy of our mental concentration is why we can. Become receptive to new approaches. Welcome new ideas. Focus on achieving and attaining more with your life. Creative solutions will come. Some of your answers may entail better planning and organization of your task, or breaking away from the routine. And third, be courageous enough to venture forward to your goal. You'll find the solution for reaching your goal will present itself. Every adversity carries with it the seed of an equivalent or a greater benefit. Repeated victories over your problems are the rungs on your ladder of success. And with each victory, you grow in wisdom, stature, and experience. You become a better, bigger, more successful person each time you meet and overcome an obstacle. As you eagerly accept the opportunity to do more, your level of complacency will slowly dissipate. Faith can do. This entire principle of faith is based on a single premise. Faith only enters the mind that has been properly prepared for it. The Creator has provided every individual with complete, unchallengeable control over his mind. You, in turn, can make the contact with your inner being, either positive or negative. As human beings, we are the only creatures on earth who can appropriate the power of the mind and direct it to ends of our own choosing. No other creature can do so. As humans, if we can direct the power of our minds to the ends of our own choosing, can we not therefore conclude that success or riches are absolutely assured us? We have only to apply this faith in our minds toward the achievement of our objectives. If you ever wished evidence of the power of faith, study the achievements of men and women who have applied it. At the top of the list comes the Nazarene. The basis of Christianity is faith. You can grasp this solid truth by gaining a thorough understanding of the most fundamental biblical teachings and those who have applied its philosophy in their lives. Good looks, hard work, and faith in God. Silence spread through the convention hall as each finalist was announced. The hush of the crowd grew more intense, and then a voice pierced the quiet over the public address system. Fourth runner-up, Miss Ohio. The applause was followed by a deafening silence. And third runner-up, Miss Illinois. The noise grew to fever pitch as it anticipated the next winner. And second runner-up, Miss Colorado. Now hearts began to pound, pulses escalated. The anticipation was overwhelming. Time stood motionless as the seconds seemed like eternity. As the two finalists stood center stage, both within a hair of achieving their lifelong dreams, one in particular reflected on her road less traveled. It took 7 hard years and 11 attempts in competitions held in 2 different states before Debbie Turner made it to the Miss America pageant. In 1988, after her 3rd failure in the Miss Arkansas pageant, Debbie and her father had a long talk. Although he never told her to quit, even he was beginning to stagger from the number of heart-wrenching defeats. Surrounded by confusion and dejection, and left stunned and lonely by the repeated setbacks, her mind gravitated to the following thoughts. Faith is the starting point of all achievement. It's the basis for all miracles, and the only antidote for failure. Long before midnight, she kneeled by her bed and prayed, not for the completion of her goal, but for the faith to continue her journey. Determined and focused, Debbie redoubled her efforts to compete again. In 1989, she was living and attending school in Missouri. Believing she had a fair chance of winning the state's pageant, she entered the contest and captured the top prize. As Miss Missouri, she then competed against 51 equally successful and talented young women, all with their hearts set on winning the title Miss America. But now all of that was behind her. Her mind once again came full circle back to the matter at hand. The MC slowly approaches the mic and tears open the next envelope. After a painstakingly long pause, he finally ends the suspense. And first runner-up, Miss Maryland, the new 1990 Miss America, Miss Missouri, Debbie Turner. It was a long and difficult road. After the competition concluded and the audience filed from the convention center, Turner fielded hundreds of questions during the ensuing press conference. It was here that she gave a clue to her extra added edge. It may interest you to hear it in her own words. Over the years, I've experienced my share of rejection. I was continuously told that the odds were against me. My musical ability was questioned. No other contestant had ever played the marimba and won. And besides, I was black. Sure, the natural tendency would have been to quit, but I had total faith in God, and I believed that He takes a personal interest in my life. Debbie went on to perform beautifully, and she won over the judges. When crowned in September 1989, Debbie Turner became the first Miss Missouri to win since the pageant began in 1921. She also became the 3rd black contestant to wear the Miss America crown. All those who hunger for the riches that life has to offer must have faith. A man without faith is a man without hope. Faith is born within the hearts of those believing in strong convictions and higher powers. There is tremendous power in faith. It is through faith that you'll arrive at the destination you've so chosen. It is through faith that you'll break the bonds of poverty, because poverty confines no man who has faith. It is through faith that you will eliminate fear. Fear is faith in reverse gear. Though fear is real, it is one of the strongest forces known. Faith is stronger. Faith always overcomes fear. Faith is trust and believing without proof. It is never static, but lifelike. It is constantly in motion. Faith can live only so long as it is being used. Every time you master failure, your faith becomes stronger, and you are better prepared to meet your next obstacle. Faith applied, put to work, is the beginning of all self-confidence, all self-reliance. It is the moving spirit of personal initiative and enthusiasm. Until you learn the basic fundamentals of applied faith, your accomplishments will be few. Faith can move mountains. Fundamentals of faith. The fundamentals of faith begin with a burning desire for a specific purpose and a reason for that purpose. As an illustration, consider for a moment the reason why you are reading this book. The object is, quite naturally, to acquire the ability to transfer thought into action, and action into physical realities. In general, the fundamentals of faith are these. Positive mental attitude. The removal of all negative emotions, such as fear, hatred, jealousy, and greed, is an outgrowth of our understanding of self-worth. Anyone who has advanced mankind through innovation or improved service has usually done so without the approval of so-called progressive men. Edison's light bulb and the Wright brothers' conquering of the skies are worthy examples. A constant struggle, a ceaseless battle to bring success from inhospitable surroundings, is the price of all great achievement. However, careful inventory of your past defeats and failures will demonstrate that all difficult experiences do carry the seed of an equivalent or a greater benefit. Go back into your past and analyze the times you tasted defeat. Chances are that if you would have withstood defeat long enough for your wounds to heal, you would have been able to find the seed of an equivalent benefit. Search diligently for that seed, and sooner or later, you'll find it. Power of prayer. Most people who believe in a higher power believe in prayer. It is through prayer that we commune with the infinite. It is through prayer that we align ourselves with universal principles which, if we obey and comprehend, we can consciously use to further our ideals. Debbie Turner is a splendid example of the spiritual idea in action. Every man or woman is his own savior because each has his own direct approach, if he so chooses to abide in him. Through prayer, each of us has the power of faith, though few of us consciously use it. One does not possess this power over and above another, or to a lesser or greater degree. It is a part of our divine heritage. Heavyweight boxing champion Joe Frazier once remarked, "As important as road work is prayer." The business tycoon S.B. Fuller, in his quest for his definite purpose, once told a writer, "I had exhausted every source of credit I knew. It was in the solitude of my room where I knelt down and prayed. My answer came within the next day." A man who later became president of Liberia, William Tubman, said this about prayer: "When God has put a dream in your heart, He means to help you fulfill it. To gain His help, you must ask for it. And this asking is prayer." Armed only with his immovable faith, and in the ultimate victory of his cause, a diminutive Gandhi-like figure has emerged as the most visible and most outspoken critic for social change in South Africa's brutal rule over 26 million blacks. He is the Most Reverend Desmond Tutu, Anglican Archbishop of Cape Town and 1984 Nobel Peace Prize laureate. Even in the face of constant government harassment, he has refused to be silent. "The worst thing they can do to me," he says, "is kill me. And death is not the end for someone who has faith." Look about you, and you will find that the world's most successful people are those who readily apply faith through their capacity for prayer. Self-suggestion. How many times have you heard it said, "Just believe you can do it, and you can"? Many stories have been told of the great reserves of the subconscious mind, how under its direction, and by imparting its enormous strength, frail men and women have been able to perform feats far beyond their normal powers. It is the act of believing that is the starting force or generating action that leads great men and women to accomplishment. "Come on, men, we can beat them," shouts someone in command. Whether in a game or on a battlefield, or in the strife of life, that sudden voicing of belief, challenging and electrifying, reverses the tide. I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. Similarly, A man engaged in concentrated effort often talks to the man within. This self-talk, or self-suggestion as it has been called, is completely self-contained. Self-talk is often the power that inspires the machinery of achievement into operation and causes the subconscious mind to begin its creative work. It is the repetition of words or phrases that transforms faith into belief and finally into accomplishment. Autosuggestion can take the form of thinking, seeing, hearing, feeling, tasting, and smelling through the power of your imagination. Be the best. Be the best were the hypnotic words of faith that pack pride, a sense of mission and achievement into the rich and rewarding life of Dr. Ronald McNair, Challenger astronaut. Edwin Moses, one-time world record holder in the 400-meter hurdles, utilized self-talk during his training sessions for the 1984 Summer Olympic Games. By affirming his statement of faith and positive expectancy, "I'm the best. I'm the best," he captured national acclaim as the gold medalist in this event. You can keep your head when all about you. During 1968, his first year with professional football's Oakland Raiders, Art Shell had memorized a poem. Rudyard Kipling's If. If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you. If you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowance for their doubting too. Shy and soft-spoken, but not easily intimidated. Even as a rookie offensive lineman, Art Shell shared a private dream with his teammate, Gene Upshaw, of someday becoming an NFL head coach. At 6 feet 5 inches and weighing more than 300 pounds, Shell could shock opponents with his size alone. But he was a gentle giant. Moreover, he was an intelligent player who fastidiously scribbled detailed notes in his playbook. In team meetings, he always asked probing questions regarding strategy. Night after night, he studied game films at home. He made it his business to learn what each offensive player's assignment was on every play. During the off-seasons, Shell volunteered as a line coach with area colleges. He worked at this every year until he retired in 1982. In an illustrious 15-year career, all with the Raiders, he had played in the Pro Bowl 8 times, anchored an offensive line that took his team to 2 Super Bowl titles, and in 1989 was inducted into Pro Football's Hall of Fame. Nonetheless, at 42, with his playing days behind him, Art Shell wondered if he would ever get an opportunity to coach on the professional level. He pondered his future and quietly recited the poem he had learned 21 years ago. The answer to his question would come sooner than he thought. If you can force your heart and nerve and sinew to serve your turn long after they are gone, and so hold on when there is nothing in you except the will which says to them, hold on. In 1982, Shell was offered the job as Raider offensive line coach, working under then head coach Mike Shanahan. Shell eagerly took on his new responsibilities and did everything he could to foster a winning image. But Shanahan had his problems. He had coached the Raiders to an 8-12 record in less than 2 seasons, becoming the first coach in 27 years to leave the franchise with a losing record. With the program in disarray, and Al Davis, the Raiders' owner, dissatisfied with the direction of the club, Shanahan was dismissed. In a major turn of events, Davis then selected Shell to direct the team. For Art Shell and a race of people, the historic event came October 3rd, 1989. The NFL had its first black head football coach. If you can fill the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run, yours is the earth and everything that's in it, and which is more, you'll be a man, my son. Some say that success is timing. Some say it's destiny or pluck. But for 21 years, it was autosuggestion that had inwardly directed Art Shell. For his entire football career, he had used that poem as a point of reference. These are fundamentals of major importance that prepare the mind for the expression of faith. The man who has faith in himself brings under control and direction those powers of his subconscious. He also inspires a similar feeling in the minds and hearts of others with whom he comes in contact. A study of achievers will disclose the proof that those who arrive or do things are marked by a deep intuitive faith in themselves. These individuals overcome temporary defeat and use their failures as stepping stones to ultimate victory. They are the living expression of Henley's Invictus. They indeed are the masters of their fate, the captains of their souls. Unfortunately, and unnecessarily, there are far too many who live dissatisfied lives. Counted within these ranks are Black Americans too many to number. Every crowded project or public housing tenement harbors the lives of those who drift through life without a major